Happy Saturday afternoon, USPBL fans. We are here inside the Jimmy John's Field press box alongside Jackson Bickers. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. The final doubleheader of the 2024 season takes place today. The Westside Woolly Mammoths, the road team, taking on the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, the red-hot Beavers, winners of 9 of their last 12. Jackson, we saw a great game yesterday. The Unicorns pick up a big win to stay above 500. Really close game, 5-4. They're the first to 17 wins this season.
Big 17th win here for the Unicorns. They're still a game and a half out of first place, sitting in third place with the Mammoths and the Diamond Hoppers ahead of him. But it's going to be a big moment as they all look to get that coveted 1 seed in the championship game.
And you take a look at those standings right now, 16 and 12 atop the standings are the Mammoths in first place. Right behind them are the Hoppers. They lost a big game yesterday. 16 and 14 is their record on the year, and a 17 and 16 record with the Unicorns. But how about those Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers? Winners of the 9 of their last 12, 12 and 19 on the year. They're bringing up the rear, but making it really close. And the importance of grabbing a 1 seed. Jackson, before today, we were talking about how important that 1 seed is, and you get just a bid all the way to the championship game.
Yeah, it's huge because you get to rest your players and your pitchers especially. Pitching, this final month, it's a lot of games, and if you can hold your pitchers so they don't have to pitch multiple games in the playoffs, then that's huge for that team.
You take a look there at the graphic. The 1 seed automatically in the championship game, if the season were to end today, that would be the Westside Woolly Mammoths. In the second place seed, that's a good spot as well, considering you don't have to play that quarterfinal game. You'll be in the semifinals, and the third and fourth place teams, which would be the Unicorns and Beavers at the moment, they would square off in round 1 to play that second seed team.
Yeah, the Beavers, they had a rough start this season. Started 3 and 16, but they're now all the way up to 12 and 19. They came out of nowhere, and in this final big month of August, it's huge. You want to be playing your best baseball when playoffs come around, and they're starting to do that.
We take a look at this Beaver team just offensively. Chase Rodriguez has been shot out of a cannon for this program. I think he's hit 4 or 5 home runs in his last 6 games. Had a 3-run home run the other day back against the Hoppers. I love Chase Rodriguez, Blake Bean, and a lot of these other newbies that have really just surged this offense for the Beavs.
Yeah, they've been huge additions for the Beavers. At the beginning of the season, the offense, it wasn't great. They were struggling to build innings, score runs. But lately, man, they've really been putting big numbers on the board and crooked innings.
And you look at their team ERA as well. About a month and a half ago, they were a 9.00 team ERA. They've dropped that down to about 6.5 now. So you look at the offense, it's starting to go up. The runs allowed has started to drop, and that's why they're right back in the mix of things. But those top 3 teams are 1.5 games apart for that first place spot. It's going to be a dog days of August down the stretch. I'm really excited to see where all 4 of these teams end up.
Yeah, it's going to be must-see baseball here at in the USPBL at Jimmy John's Field. Every game is going to be so important to, advance in the standings, or, you don't want to fall in the standings, but, to get your spot in that championship game.
Let's talk about that Beaver pitcher today. Old lefty, Greg Lokinen, continuing to be the best pitcher in the entire USPBL. Last time out in a start, he gave up just 2 runs on 2 hits. Both of those were solo home runs from the Hoppers, but Greg struck out 11 in that game. He was dialed in, just proving why he's the best. 65 total strikeouts with 24 walks throughout his season so far.
Yeah, just like you say, throwing strikes is very important. 65 strikeouts to that little walks, that's huge here. He's 5-4 with a 3.2 ERA. 59 innings pitched. He's been great for the Beavers all season.
He's going to give them another great shot at victory today. And for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, obviously best team in the league right now. They're 16 and 12. Their offense has been awesome, very consistent all year, but they have one heck of an arm going for them today in Carter Fitzgerald.
Yeah, they got Carter Fitzpatrick on the mound, 6'5", 218, big presence on the mound. They're saying that he's going to be in the low 90s, but with that 6'5" stature, that can get on batters quicker than they expect, and it'll be interesting to see him throw today.
Can't wait to see Fitzpatrick go. Lokinen, he's going to be the lefty going for the Beavers. Jake Walker will lead things off for the Mammoths, and they got one heck of a lineup. But let's talk about their, I guess, lack of players for today. Only 10 guys. Ryan Enos of the Utica Unicorns, he is subbing in for this Mammoth team, shoring up a little bit of substitute bench spots.
You know, especially with the doubleheader today, you need as many people as you can get. And, you know, one freak injury or something bad happened, which we never want to happen. Only 10 guys. It's going to be difficult for the Mammoths today.
Enos, one of the best players for that Unicorn team, had 2 hits last night. If he gets in today, he'll follow it up with a big day. When we come back, we have first pitch and lineups from the final doubleheader of the 2024 USPBL season, the Beavers and Mammoths, when we come back.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We're set for 2 on a hot, humid Saturday afternoon in downtown Utica at Jimmy John's Field. From the USPBL Network, we have the Westside Woolly Mammoths and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Alongside Jackson Bickers, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. It is Epilepsy Awareness Night, presented by the Epilepsy Foundation. And what a day it is for baseball. The final doubleheader of the season. We're going to cap it off nicely today between the Mammoths and the Beavers, Jackson.
Yeah, great matchup today between the Mammoths and the Beavers as we inch closer to playoff time. At the first week of September, we got the playoffs, and the standings are starting to play themselves out, but they still got a lot of games left to play.
There's going to be 4 more meetings after today between these two teams, and you could argue the Beavers have been playing the best baseball lately. 9-3 in their last 12 games. They've been hitting the ball all over the park, out of the ballpark. I mean, they're second in the league in home runs. We're going to take a moment here to announce the sponsors that make tonight's broadcast possible. Belfour Property Restoration. Budweiser. Corewell Health. Dave & Buster's. DTE Energy. Fifth Third Bank. Jarbcom Audio Video Solutions. Jimmy John's. Macomb Community College. McLaren Macomb. McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration. Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers. Pepsi. And United Wholesale Mortgage. Mammoths coming into the contest at 16-12. The Beavers 12-19 on the year, but on quite a hot streak. I mean, the bats that have come out of this Beaver team, plus their bullpen and their team ERA dropping drastically, as we talked about in the pregame, it's just turned them into a completely different team. About 2-3 weeks ago, you had a Birmingham team that was in the bottom spot and had no chance of coming out of that, and we're going to be the 4 seed all year long. That is not the case, as they're 5.5 games back of first now.
Yeah, like you said, they started 3-16, climbed all the way back to 12-19, and it's really been because of this lineup. They struggled to score runs at the beginning of the year, but with some additions, they've really improved. I really like Chase Rodriguez, who in 13 games is hitting .306 with 4 homers and 10 RBIs, .722 slugging. He's been a huge impact player for him.
Those are some stats, man. Him, Pietrowski, Blake Bean, Ray Hilbrick just completely have turned this team on its head, and they are one of the top competitors playing the best baseball in the USPBL. We'll take a look at our pitchers for today, as Greg Lokinen will get the start for the Beavers and head coach John Dombrowski. And for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, we'll see a new guy. Carter Fitzpatrick, he's going to throw for head coach Justin Karn, who is in place of head coach Taylor Jellikowski of the Mammoths. Karn, he's going to write up the lineup today, and Fitzpatrick, he toes the slab to start.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick out of Wayne State making his first start in the USPBL, 6'5", 218, a big presence on the mound. In his Wayne State stats, they were pretty incredible to say the least. 85 innings pitched, 102 strikeouts, and only 21 walks with a 3.9 ERA. He really was fantastic, and we expect big things here.
Nearly 11 strikeouts per 9 innings for Carter Fitzpatrick in his final year. Assistant coach of the Mammoths, Jacob Raymond, actually played a few years with Fitzpatrick, had a lot to say about him. He's going to be sitting around the upper 80s, low 90s with his fastball, mixing in some key off-speed. But Greg Lokinen bouncing off an 11 strikeout performance. He was roughed up in just 1 inning against the Hoppers. He threw 5 full, gave up 2 hits. Both were solo shots. But once again, he continued to dominate for this Beaver team.
Yeah, like you said, 2 hits, 2 solo shots. He really pitched a great game. 2 mistake pitches, that was about it. He's been very good. 5-4 with a 3.20 ERA on the year, 59 innings pitched, and 65 strikeouts, and he doesn't walk a whole lot either.
You can throw lineups up when you guys want. Couple new additions for this Mammoth team today. They have 1 substitution. Talked about it in the pregame. Ryan Enos, he had a nice day yesterday for the Utica Unicorns, and he is going to be in the substitute spot. Not starting, but could enter the game at any time. Let's take a look at the Westside Woolly Mammoth road lineup here, starting with Jake Walker. He's going to play third base. Fox Liam at first batting second. Drew Fleming in right field batting third. Nick Pastor in the cleanup spot. He's in center field. Colby Seltzer will play shortstop and bat fifth. Hank Dodson sixth. The catcher back from injury, Zach Beadle. He played back on Wednesday. Dre Williams-Nelson, the second baseman, bats eighth. And Jose Cedeno patrols left and rounds out the lineup for the 16-12 Mammoths. And we're set for the national anthem in just a moment when we come back. First pitch from our final doubleheader on a beautiful Saturday night from the USPBL.
The USPBL powered by UWM baseball games at Jimmy John's Field are the fun and family-friendly experience you won't want to miss. Entertainment every week, including Thirsty Thursdays, fireworks every Friday, live music Saturdays, and Sunday fun days for the kids. Kids run the bases after every game, and parking is always free. Come see the stars of the future at Jimmy John's Field. Get your tickets today at uspbl.com.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Sounds good. Greg Lokinen toes the slab for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers as they take the field. The home team for both today. As we mentioned several times, the final doubleheader every Saturday after today is going to be a regular scheduled 7:05 ball game. But Jackson, not a ton of baseball left in our 2024 season. Just 1 month of August left, and then we get right into playoffs in September.
Yeah, time's ticking down the USPBL season, and the Beavers, they're playing their best baseball at the right time. As you get into the end of August, you want to be playing good baseball, and they really have lately.
Take a look there at Lokanen's numbers. 65 Ks, 23 walks in 59 innings. That's pretty darn good. With a 5-4 record, he accounts for 5 of the 12 Beaver wins this season. And a 3.20 ERA, very solid. The league hitting .224 against Lokanen. There's been a few days where he's been roughed up, but he stays very consistent. Loves dotting up the zone, does not waste many pitches, and his off speed is as good as it gets with a curveball, changeup, and slider.
Yeah, four-pitch mix for him. Four-seamer, curveball, changeup, slider. Not a whole lot of slider, mostly curveball, changeup, four-seamer, but, he's great on the mound.
Greg is making his 11th game start this season. He was a Northville High School baseball state champion this year as a coach. Take a look at the three-dimensional services group defense for the Beavers. Ronko Stefanovic, he's been hot lately, behind the dish catching Lokanen. Vasily Kaludis at third base. Ben Wilcoxon plays short. Matt Piotrowski over at second, and Joe Burke at first. Your outfield for the Beavs, Pablo Ruiz in left, Chase Rodriguez in center, and Ray Hilbrick plays right field. We're all set to go just a few minutes after 5:30. Not a cloud in the sky, and it feels like 90. Swing and a miss, 0-1 at 5:31. Nice pitch from Loken on the outside corner.
Jake Walker, he's been really hot in his first 5 games in the USPBL, hitting .350 leading off this Mammoth lineup.
And Walker's been playing a lot of second base. He's over at third today. It's good they got another infielder in with Dre Williams-Nelson to help out with Colby Seltzer as well. Back to our breaking ball. Misses. 2 balls, 1 strike. To the leadoff man, Jake Walker, in the first inning of our doubleheader today. 30-minute break in between games today. That sun beating down on the field right now. Feels like about 90 outside, but on the diamond right now, you could probably say 91, 92 just because it's beaming down.
Yeah, we were out there for batting practice, and it is hot out there on the field.
Had to change shirts halfway through. The 3-1, just a bit outside. A leadoff walk from Greg Lokanen as the first Mammoth aboard.
Great at bat there. As a leadoff hitter, you want to see as many pitches as possible for the guys behind you, and to get on base, that's even better.
It was not a pitch that missed by a lot. Lokanen was, as we mentioned, 23 walks. That's now 24 walks in 59 innings. Still a good number, but a leadoff walk is something Greg almost never does. He works out of the stretch, third base side of the rubber. Quick pick over to first, a little bit low. Burke makes the stop. Walker back in, standing up.
Speaking of walks, Fox Liam up to bat. He walks a lot, that is for sure. He leads the league in walks in the USPBL.
It's incredible. He's got that 28 number in the bottom left of your screen, and that's coupled with 22 strikeouts. You don't see many guys that are big power hitters, big lefties, that walk more than they strike out.
No, he always is putting together a good quality at-bat, and in the 2-hole, that's great for the Mammoths.
Liam's been scattered all around the lineup this year. He's led off. He's hit second, third, fourth, fifth. The 0-1, high and inside. Liam, a .273 hitter, just past the mark of 20 hits. He's at 21 with 3 homers and 4 doubles. Walker also not much of a base-stealing threat. He's only gone once this year. And against a lefty, too, as Liam rips one into right field for a single. First 2 runners aboard for Westside. A walk and a base hit to start.
Couldn't have asked for a better start for Westside. First 2 guys on, a walk and a single, and now you got the big Drew Fleming coming up to bat.
Westside lost both of their non-public games this week. 11-8, they lost to the Beavers. And then they lost 10-4 against the Hoppers. It was actually Vasily Kaludis who had a walk-off grand slam to take down the Westside Woolly Mammoths 11-8 on the 30th. Fleming takes strike 1 in the outside corner. Kaludis, it was his first game in the USPBL, and he comes in, defensive substitution, middle of the game, at his first at-bat. It's a grand slam to win it.
That is insane.
Just another key piece to that Beaver team as they continue to get better every single week. The 0-1 to Fleming is inside in the dirt. Stefanovic blocks it up, a little bit behind him, but he recovers quickly.
Good job by Stefanovic just to knock that ball down. You know, he wasn't sure where it was, but just to knock that ball down and not let the runners advance, that's huge.
Bronco, one of the best catchers in the league at keeping the ball in front, keeping those runners at their bases, not letting an aggressive team like the Mammoths take an extra base when they can. Here's the 1-1 from Lokinen. Line drive, center field. It's going to drop in front of Rodriguez. This should score a run. Walker rounding third base. The throw is cut off, and it's 1-0 Mammoths on the Drew Fleming base hit. What a start for Westside.
You know, that wasn't the hardest hit ball, but Drew Fleming used all that strength, got it on the hands a little, but just flicked it out to center field for a nice RBI hit.
Cannot ask for a better start against the #1 pitcher in the league. Fleming just picks up RBI number 20 on the year, and he was a late addition to this team.
The underdogs.
Fleming in 23 games now with 20 RBIs. Wow.
We're for people.
Liam moves up to second base.
Who they are and who they could become.
Beavers are yet to record an out as there's a front door breaking ball set in for strike one to Nick Pastor.
But that's an old idea.
He's just got to start getting ahead of guys. The first three guys he's fallen behind, and you know it's hard to pitch good baseball when you're falling behind guys.
You're just working uphill, and you have to put the ball in the zone. You can't really, I guess, pick a spot, because if you're down 2-1, 3-1, you're in jeopardy of walking another guy. Instead, you're going to throw something over the middle of the plate, and these Mammoths, I mean, they hit the snot out of the ball, and they'll make you pay if you leave something over the middle, just like Liam and Fleming just did. Pastor, 1 home run, 13 RBIs this season. Here's the 1-1. Big swing and a miss at a ball down and away.
I wonder why it's like that, where it won't just pop in.
And that's the pitch that Lokinen's going to use a ton today. He threw that same ball inside on the hands of Pastor. It cut in for a strike on the inside corner. I love when he uses it to a lefty cutting down and away. 15th pitch of the inning for Lokinen. Here's the 1-2 in the dirt.
You saw Stefanovic set up high there, tried to change the eye level, threw 2 breaking balls, 1 in the dirt, tried to change the eye level, didn't get it up there. I wonder if he'll come back with that breaking ball.
Stefanovic looking to set up just a little bit low and outside. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Greg Lokinen. He had 11 last time out.
He did come back with that off-speed pitch, and Pastor was not ready for it. Off balance, saw the heater, got all timed up for the heater, and then flipped that breaking ball right back in there.
Lokinen is one of the best in the league at sequencing his pitches and finding when to throw a certain pitch to a guy in a count that might not favor him. Here's a breaking ball, almost swung back into the outside corner. But when you have a guy 2-2, you're right. You change those eye levels, you throw something in the dirt, and then you elevate something high and get him to chase. Colby Seltzer's been having a heck of a year. Leads the team with a .314 average, 27 hits, also leads the team. There's a strike at the knees.
He's really controlling that curveball right now, being able to drop it in for strikes, even throw it in the dirt when he needs to. If he can just get that fastball location a little better, he could have a great outing today.
Lokinen quickly checks the runner down at second. The 1-1 in on the feet of Seltzer. Stefanovic keeps it in front. What a job.
Great stop. Got his body out in front of the ball, slid to his left, and did a great job of hitting the chest protector, and it just falling right in front of him.
And that's the key for catchers, is angling that chest down so the ball falls right down into the dirt. It's when the chest is up or sideways where the ball can ricochet to the first or third base side and cause issues. 2-1. Is a high pop-up, right center field. Shallow. Coming out is Pietrowski. He makes the catch for out number 2.
Battling that sun out there, too. You're running back. You got people bearing down on you in the outfield, and you got that sun that just sits right atop Jimmy John's field, and it can be tough to make that play. Great play.
I mean, absolutely zero clouds today. There's going to be no coverage for these guys, no shade unless they hit the dugouts or the locker room. You're right. They're going to be battling the heat and just the glare all day long as you see the entire right side of the ball field, or the entire infield, I should say, all wearing sunglasses trying to block that sun. Here's a Hank Dotson line drive to left field. Coming over a few steps is Pablo Ruiz, and he makes the catch for out number 3. Greg Lokinen gives up a run on the Drew Fleming single, but they definitely limited the damage there.
Yeah, they for sure did. Big time pitching there from Lokinen.
We go to the home half of the first inning. Beavers come to bat. Mammoths lead 1-0 on the USPBL network from game 1 of our doubleheader.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at our lineup for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, posted by head coach John Diesel Dombrowski. Ben Wilcoxon going to lead it off, playing shortstop. Blake Bean, DH today, batting second. Matt Piotrowski just snagged one at second. That's where he is today. Joe Burke, he's at first as the cleanup man. Ray Hilbrick in right field bats fifth. Chase Rodriguez, the center fielder, in the sixth spot. Rocco Stefanovic bats seventh and catches. Vasily Kaludis at a walk-off grand slam the last time he faced these Mammoths. He's playing third. And Pablo Ruiz, who just finished last inning, he's out in left field rounding out the lineup. I know you mentioned Chase Rodriguez, Jackson, but any other guy in this lineup that jumps out to you?
Kaludis, he hit that walk-off grand slam the last time out against these Mammoths. Newer player, but he's hitting the ball great.
Take a look at those stats. They come from Wayne State in 2024 from Carter Fitzpatrick. Unbelievable stuff. 102 strikeouts compared to just 21 walks. 8-3 record with a 3.9 ERA. It's safe to say that Carter's going to fill up the strike zone today.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing when pitching. If you're consistently falling behind batters, your stuff's just not going to be as good. You can't put that perfect pitcher's pitching at 2-1 count because you're going to fall behind 3-1. So if he can get ahead of guys, I should expect a good outing.
USPBL debut. The first pitch from Fitzpatrick is a dialed-in strike on the inside corner at 93 miles an hour. Carter scheduled to go about 4 or 5 innings today, if all goes well. The 0-1 is a line drive to left center field. It's going to drop in for a single. Ben Wilcoxon starts it off, and he's going to take a hard turn as Cedeno bobbled it in left center.
Another great leadoff at bat right there by Wilcoxon. He started him off with the four-seamer, 93, and then came back with off-speed, 82, and he sat back on it, was ready to go, and took that thing to left center.
Wilcoxon just picked up his 23rd hit. 216 hits on the season for these Beavers. That's second best in the league. For a team that was averaging under 2 runs a game for the first near 2 months of the season, boy, they've changed things.
It really has been an incredible turnaround for the Beavers.
Only team with more home runs than the Beavers are these Mammoths with 27. The Beavers have 24. And here's Blake Bean. He's been on a little home run streak lately. He had a grand slam last Saturday. 1-0 is a foul back to the screen. I think a key for both these teams, as you talked about with Wilcoxon, is jumping on that first really good one that you saw. It was off-speed pitch that was middle, a little bit down in the zone at the knees, and Wilcoxon didn't miss. Bean takes ball 2 a little bit high.
As you said, you can't let these good pitchers, get ahead of you. If you see that, first or second pitch, a pitch over the middle of the plate, you got to take advantage of that pitch. You can't fall behind in counts.
Deep breath from Fitzpatrick. Now he goes home. Here's a line drive off of Fitzpatrick. Gloved by Dre Williams-Nelson to shortstop. Back to first, double play. How about the acrobatic play from Dre Williams-Nelson? It goes 1-4-6-3 for the double play.
The concentration there from Dre Williams-Nelson to get the comebacker off of Fitzpatrick, backhand it, and flip it over to second base. That was an incredible play right there.
Seltzer was there, a little spin move as he guns to first for the second out. Changes the inning drastically. Matt Pietrowski looks at the first pitch that's spiked in the dirt.
Like you said, changes that inning drastically. If that ball gets through first and second, no outs, a run's probably going to score. But now 2 outs, nobody on, changes it totally.
Pietrowski at the dish has a lot of power, especially with 2 outs, nobody on. 5 home runs, 16 RBIs on the year for the man out of Lancaster, California. 1-0. Spiked fastball, 94 that time. Fitzpatrick starting to rev up a little bit as he's in front of his first Jimmy John's Field crowd.
So much for that time off, hadn't pitched in a while. Thought maybe it'd be in the upper 80s, but up in the 90s.
Yeah, talking with one of our assistant coaches of the Mammoth beforehand, he said, yeah, Fitzpatrick's going to sit around 88, maybe 92 he'll top out at. That is not the case today.
No, he's coming in all juiced up, ready to make his USPBL debut.
Tip your cap to him. He hasn't pitched since the end of the college school year. Breaking ball to Pietrowski's ripped into left. Cedeno coming in, makes the catch as he turns the glove over. Big double play goes Fitzpatrick, Dre Williams-Nelson to Seltzer, and to Liam, and the line out completes it. 1-2-3 frame in the first for Carter Fitzpatrick in his 2024 USPBL debut. We go to the second, no score on Epilepsy Night here at the ballpark. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
Zach Beadle's going to lead us off in the second inning. 1-0 Mammoths. Drew Fleming with an RBI single in the top half of the first to give them the lead. 7, 8, 9 hitters alongside Jackson Bickers. I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the USPBL Network. Jackson, so glad to have you along today. I know it's your first game up in the booth. We're set for 2 great ones today as well.
Really glad to be here. And you're right. These are going to be 2 fantastic games between the Beavers, who have really been hot as of late, and the Mammoths, who are trying to hold on to that first place spot in the standings.
Lokinen over the head through the windup. His first pitch to Beadle is a strike. Mammoths are 5-5 in their last 10 games. They're still sitting atop the standings. Just 1 game separating first and second place between the Hoppers. And here's a backhand play from Lokinen from his knees to first. My goodness, that was a sweet play from Greg Lokinen, the lefty.
These teams are flashing the leather early today. Great behind-the-back play. I mean, I don't even know how you do that. You're falling backwards, just reach the glove back, and you just hope you get it, and it was right there in his glove.
I mean, that's right spot, right time. If that ball takes even a little bit of a higher hop, it might sneak into center field for a single. Greg Lokinen helping himself out with a snazzy play. Dre Williams-Nelson, who just turned a really nice double play last half inning, takes ball 1. Dre's cooled off just a tad at the plate, hitting 184 on the season with 12 RBIs and 3 doubles. Also a triple and 2 bombs to go along with that. It's quickly 2-0. And he's a guy in this team that can play anywhere. They've put him over at second base. He's surveyed right field as well, played really well out there. A guy that can range in the infield and outfield. He squibs one to first. Workman taking himself. The foot race has Williams-Nelson tripped up at first. Hope he's okay.
Yeah, I really hope he's okay, especially with the Mammoths only having 10 guys today. Any injury is just, it's going to be brutal to their team, and especially a Swiss Army knife like Dre Williams-Nelson, who can play anywhere on the field. You can't have him go down.
It's a great point. You got Ryan Enos as your only bench player. Francis Florentino still on the injured reserve list, and so is Anthony Sharkus. Jose Cedeno, the final batter in this Mammoth lineup. Lokinen looking outside. That's where he hits at, just a little bit outside off the plate and low.
Yeah, Lokinen's just continually kind of struggled to get ahead of batters, constantly falling behind 1-0.
Cedeno takes ball 2. Jose's had a pretty solid year. He's hitting .280 with 23 hits, 10 RBIs, 3 doubles, and 1 homer. Plays the outfield with the best of them. And he launches one to right field. Make it 2 home runs for Jose Cedeno. On top of the berm, 2-0 Mammoths. That was a Mammoth shot right there.
That really was. That was an absolute bomb from Jose Cedeno. And once again, fell behind 2-0. Fastball got too much of the plate, just middle, and Jose Cedeno did not miss it.
6th home run allowed on the season from Lokinen. What a swing from the 9-hitter, Jose Cedeno. I mean, that ball was crushed.
That was a no-doubter. As soon as that left his bat, everyone in the stadium knew that thing was leaving.
You had Hilbrick running after it, took a few steps and then put his head down. RBI number 11 on the year for Jose Cedeno. Jake Walker takes ball 1. And you bring up a really great point right before and after that happened. Lokinen, he's starting off 1-0, 2-0. And it's a pitch like that on 2-0 that you have to, it's a get-me-over strike pitch. And that's usually the one that gets smashed, and Cedeno didn't miss it.
It really makes pitching impossible. If you're losing that race to 2 strikes, it's so hard to pitch.
Walker stands tall in that right-handed box. Cuts and misses 1 and 2. He walked and scored his last time. That was last inning. And this is one thing we've seen from opposing bats against the top 2 pitchers in guys like Greg Lokinen and Pierce Banks. They get that pitch count up high early in the ball game. We saw Banks up to about 90 pitches through 4 innings his last time out. And Lokinen, same sort of deal when he was against the Hoppers. They made him work. I know he threw 4 innings, struck out 11, but he could have gone longer into that game if he had more pitches to go. 2-2, swing and a miss. Second strikeout of the night for Greg Lokinen, but he gives up the long ball. Jose Cedeno makes it 2-0 Mammoths with his 2nd home run of the year. Go to the bottom half of the 2nd inning. 2-0 Westside. You're watching USPBL Baseball.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
When it's time for baseball, it's time for beer. Two Hearted Ale has been named the #1 beer in America for the past 4 years by members of the American Home Brewers Association. Play ball with the best. Two Hearted Ale, the iconic American IPA from Bell's Brewery in Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. Hot start for the Mammoth offense. Now let's take a look at their defense. Presented by Three Dimensional Services Group, Zach Beadle catches for Carter Fitzpatrick. Jake Walker at third. Colby Seltzer plays short. Dre Williams-Nelson at second, and Fox Liam at first. The outfield left to right is Jose Cedeno, Nick Pastor, and Drew Fleming. Joe Burke will get us started here in the bottom of 2. Fitzpatrick gave up a leadoff base hit last inning, then rolled a double play as Burke sends one into right center field. This ball's tailing, coming over Pastor as he tracks it down.
Great jump from Pastor there. As soon as that contact was made, he was off. He was into right center field, ready to make that play. Great jump, because without that great jump, you might not make that play, and that's extra bases.
You're right. Pastor needed to be on his feet as soon as that ball was hit, and he noticed with that swing from Burke coming out of the right-handed side of the box, it's going to tail towards right field, and he had to kind of speed up a little bit to be able to track that down as the ball was moving away from him. Ray Hilbrick takes the first pitch low in the dirt. 3 straight retired for Carter Fitzpatrick after the leadoff single from Wilcoxon. Fitzpatrick shakes off as he splits the rubber, works middle. Hilbrick launches to left, going back Cedeno, hauls it in, 2 outs.
Fitzpatrick's really settling in nicely here. After the first guy got on, he got the double play, and he seems to be getting a lot more comfortable spotting these pitches. His fastball right there, that was a great pitch low and away, where if the only thing that Hilbrick can do with that is take it the other way. He can't do anything else.
That's the perfect spot. I mean, Hilbrick loves the left side of the field as well. We saw back on Thursday, Ryan Enos of the Unicorns stole away 2 hits from Hilbrick as he was trying to flare it out to left field just like that one. Jace Rodriguez, he takes ball 1. Fitzpatrick also falling in the same category as Lokinen right now, just starting off 1-0, but he's not falling behind too far. Example, right there, 1-1.
And that's a huge pitch. 1-1, 2-0, there's a big difference in those 2 counts.
Batting averages considerably drop or rise depending on the count, especially when it's 2-0 or 2-1, 1-1.
Especially because when you get to those 2-0, 3-0 counts, you're okay to swing and miss. Swing for the fences if you get that pitch you like.
Rodriguez fouls it back, and that's one thing the Beavers do very well, is they go for gold on the first 2 pitches. They swing out of their shoes trying to hit for power. And then when they get to 2 strikes, they choke up, they fight off pitches that are good, and then they are able to take advantage of the one left over the plate. Rodriguez stays alive on the 2-2. Exactly what I'm talking about right there. Rodriguez, not the same long swing we've seen him have for deep home runs. Just short to the ball, trying to get a piece.
And that frustrates pitchers. If it takes a lot of pitches to finish you off, that frustrates them.
That ball's down 3-2. It really does, because you sit there on the mound and you go, geez, what else can I throw at these guys to get them out? I'm throwing the kitchen sink at them, and they're fouling everything off. Full count, 2 outs. Rodriguez sends one to right field. Back goes Fleming at the wall. He leaps up off his glove. It's a home run. Drew Fleming was an inch away from stealing away a solo shot. Chase Rodriguez, his 5th home run of the year. This man has been on a tear.
He is on fire. Hit a 3-run homer on Thursday, hits a solo homer today, and all 6'6" of Drew Fleming almost made that catch. Reaching over the wall, that was almost an amazing play, but better hitting.
He was trying to channel his inner Colin Cornwell, who robbed a home run last night for the Hoppers. I hope Fleming's all right. His body was clotheslined by the right field wall. Only about 6 feet of height on that wall in right, so Fleming was easily able to get over, but the ball just hit the very tip of his mitt and fell out. Here's a line drive fouled on the first base line from Ranko Stefanovic. 2-1 is your score here in the 2nd inning. I'm really impressed with Chase Rodriguez, man. You talked about him pregame, and he just continues to hit home runs, especially with 2 strikes right there.
I mean, we talk about the velo that Fitzpatrick's bringing. That pitch was 93-94 that he turned on into right field. He is just swinging an on-fire bat so far.
And that's the saying. You throw it harder, the ball's going to go longer.
Just got to catch a piece.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, 9, 10-year-olds playing travel baseball, and we'd have a guy come up and he's just throwing 75, 80 miles an hour, which looked like Tim Lincecum 100 back at that age. And our coach would just tell us, hey, you get the bat on the ball, it's going to go a lot farther than if the guy's throwing 60, 55. Stefanovic had to change wood. Now he swings and misses 0-2. Pitch count, not terribly high for Fitzpatrick so far, just 25 pitches through an inning and 2/3. Swing and a miss. Stefanovic goes down in 3 pitches. And it's a good finish to the inning for Carter Fitzpatrick. That's his first strikeout in the USPBL. But Chase Rodriguez goes deep and cuts the lead in half. 2-1, we go to the third. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
Let's visit with Matt.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and reset our life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Take a look at our game day weather from downtown Utica. There was some rain last night, but just about 1 singular % chance of it coming down today. Not a cloud in the sky. It says 87 degrees. The real feel about 90 on the field. It's a hot day, but a great one for baseball.
Yeah, absolutely zero rain coming in this radar. It has been a beautiful day. Sun's out, and a great day for baseball, and a great day for 2 games of baseball, not just 1.
Final Saturday with multiple games. If you're unfamiliar with our Saturday doubleheaders, they're just 6-inning ball games, 30-minute intermission between them. One of the best days so far this year for ball. If you can't catch Game 1, Game 2 starts about 7:30. Come on down just off of Auburn Road at Jimmy John's Field. Fox Liam's going to lead off here in the 3rd inning. He singled his last time, but a couple of long balls early on a hot day.
And you mentioned the 6 innings. Those few runs come into big importance because of the less amount of time to play and get at bats.
Fox Liam, right field, kiss it goodbye. First pitch, Liam goes deep, 3-1 Westside.
That was a get-me-over curveball that just, Liam was ready for it. He was sitting on it, and once again, another no-doubter turned on it into right field, into the berm.
Lokinen has now allowed 4 home runs in his last 6 1/3 innings of work. Absolute bomb. And I think the heat's helping out a little bit, Jackson. These balls are flying out of the park.
They are really flying, no doubters, and it's not going to get any easier here with Drew Fleming coming up to bat after almost robbing a homer, probably trying to send one out to left field.
He looks to be just fine. It seemed like the wind was knocked out of him as he cuts and misses with a big swing. We saw Dre Williams-Nelson as he tripped at first. He looked to be okay, but 2 scary plays for a team with not a lot of substitutions in their bag. Lokinen's 0-1 is a ground ball up the middle, gloved by Greg. Takes a couple seconds, throws to first, and that's the second putout for Lokinen.
Lokinen's getting his fielding drills in today. Had the one behind the back, amazing play. That one a little easier, right to him, but still, got to be alert on the mound, got to be ready after delivering that ball.
But almost through the lineup 1.5 times. We've seen a lot of barreled baseballs. Now that ball, it was 90 miles an hour. It wasn't hit terribly hard, but from what we've seen, a lot of things against Lokinen early on.
And it's difficult for these pitchers because they see these guys so much, so consistently, the same guys, that the scouting reports out, they know what they're going to see, so it's a lot more difficult on these pitchers later in the year.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher on the beat considering an arm that they've really never seen before, unless you have some of the guys on the Beavs that played in the GLIAC against Fitzpatrick when he was on Wayne State. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss from Pastor. Struck out on a high off-speed pitch his last time. 3 runs on 4 hits already for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. 2 of those homers. Pastor goes the opposite way, lines it to Kaludis for out number 2.
Good bounce back here for Loken. You saw Fleming, he got ahead 0-1, then he gets the ball here right back to him. Right here, got ahead 1-2 on Pastor and got caught off the end of the bat. Easy play for the third baseman.
Mammoths 1 home run away from hitting 30 on the year. That was Fox Liam's 4th this season. Also make it his 17th RBI. Here's Colby Seltzer, who's tied for the team lead with 5. One hopper to second. Nice glove from Piotrowski. He'll flip on to first. And just like that, the top of the 3rd inning is over. The 5th third bank, 5th third out of the ball game after Fox Liam unloads on the first pitch of the inning. 3-1. Mammoths on top. We go to the bottom half of the 3rd. But with that, the 5th third out of the game comes JJ the Water Boy. He's out. Check the right side of your screen. There he comes. Going to hydrate our field umpire. And he's going to get a treat in return. The star of the show. Jackson, you work all over the ballpark throughout every game so far this year, and you know JJ he's the star of the show.
He's always in the press box. Every time you come into work, you see him. He greets you at the door when you walk in the press box. He's laying there, and he's so helpful around the ballpark, picking up bats, getting water to the umps. He's the star.
Presented by Michigan First Credit Union. Thanks so much, JJ, as he heads back to the doghouse on the right field side. 3-1. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Mammoths on top on the USPBL network.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back into the USPBL network. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Mammoths take the field with a 3-1 advantage. Chase Rodriguez with a solo shot against Carter Fitzpatrick last inning. That's really been his only hiccup through 2 frames. I like what we've seen so far from Carter.
Yeah, great debut from Fitzpatrick. Coming into the USPBL, the nerves could be up. Bigger crowd maybe than he's seen before, but he's really performed. Just settled in nicely. He doesn't look like there's any lack of confidence there on the mound.
Not at all. You see some guys that enter into the league and they might have some of those jitters because they're playing in front of one of the largest crowds that they have seen or pitched in front of in their lives. There's a strike called to Vasily Kaludis. And Wayne State, they probably pull a pretty good crowd, especially for playoff games, as they're one of the best in their conference. 0-1, Kaludis lines one to left field. Going back, Cedeno, right in front of the warning track, easily makes the catch for out number 1. But it doesn't look like any of that with the population of people behind him, or in front of him, I should say. Fitzpatrick not phased whatsoever.
No, you can see he's got a mound presence about him. He looks confident on the mound, and he's pitching like it right now.
Just 2 hits allowed through the first 8 batters. One of those a solo shot. Here's Pablo Ruiz, final batter of this Beav lineup. Breaking pitch gets away from Fitz. That's ball 1. .152 average on the year for Ruiz. He was a late addition. He's only played in 14 games. There's a strike, 1-1. Three home runs on the year for Pablo with 7 total hits. So if he's going to make contact and put it down for a hit, it's likely going to get out.
Yeah, when he makes contact, that thing can go a long way. So Fitzpatrick can't get too careful here. Can't try and spot his pitches too perfectly, leave one over the middle of the plate. Still got to finish this at-bat off.
You definitely cannot underestimate the 9-batter in any lineup, considering what Jose Cedeno just did a couple innings ago. Here's a flare fouled on the right side, 1-2, it stays.
I really like the way Fitzpatrick is mixing up his pitches here. Even in this at-bat, he's already showed 83, 90, now back to 76. He's keeping these hitters off balance.
And one thing that makes a pitcher great and gives you 102 strikeouts in a college season is pitch difference in speed. There's a breaking ball, swing and miss. Pablo Ruiz goes down, and now 2 strikeouts for Carter Fitzpatrick in his debut.
Hitting really is all about timing. It's catching that ball out in front, and when the speeds are changing, the spin's different, the movement's different, it makes it even harder to catch the ball out in front on the barrel.
Ben Wilcoxon singled his first time, cuts and misses at a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that swung off the plate outside. That's a really nasty pitch with some movement east to west for Fitzpatrick. Half swing soared, make it 0-2.
Just painting that outside corner right now. And it makes it even harder when that speed difference is 93, 95 right there, down to the 70s and the 80s.
He was up to 96 miles an hour last inning. I mean, this is a guy that had over 100 strikeouts in just 85 innings of work at Wayne State last year. Incredible. The 0-2 is a strike 3 called. Carter Fitzpatrick is dialed in through 3 innings, 3 strikeouts, and sits down one of the best hitters. Ben Wilcoxon never strikes out, and he just put him down right there.
He painted that 96 on the inner half perfectly.
We played 3 innings. Mammoths lead at 3-1 over the Beavers. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Top 4 from Game 1 of our doubleheader in downtown Utica at Jimmy John's Field from the USPBL Network. Alongside Jackson Bickers in his broadcasting debut, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. And Greg Lokinen has to find a 0 here in the 4th. He's given up 1 run in each of the first 3 innings.
Yeah, got to find some stability for the Beavers, especially with Fitzpatrick, his counterpart, performing so well so far in this game. He's really got to lock it down here. A 0 here for the Beavers would be huge.
Liam took him deep last inning. Cedeno went yard in the 2nd, and Drew Fleming with the line drive single to left field back in the 1st. It's funny, the first inning is the only one where multiple runners have come on, and yet the Mammoths have scored in every frame. Hank Dodson takes ball 1 outside. He lined one sharply out to left field his first time up. Ground ball fouled on the third baseline.
It just shows you how fragile pitching can be. Lokinen in his last start, only 2 hits in that start, 2 solo shots. In the last 2 innings, he's had 2 mistake pitches the last 2 innings that just got sent out to right field.
And when he throws against the Hoppers and the Mammoths, it's tough because he gave up those 2 homers to the Hoppers that mashed the baseball, and so do these Westside Woolly Mammoths. Hank Dodson down 1-2 in the count. Hank, another late addition. Shored up the catching spot while Zach Beadle was on the IR. They kept Hank around as he's one heck of a hitter, but he also has pitched. 1 appearance, he threw 2 innings in a non-public earlier this week. 1-2. Beautiful pitch at the knees for strike 3. Second strikeout for Lokinen. Gets Dodson for out number 1 in the 4th.
Great movement on that pitch. He had thrown the off-speed pitch to the pitch before. It looked like Dodson might have been seeing fastball. Gave up on that pitch early. Saw it up and away, but it just dropped right back into the zone for strike 3.
That's the bread and butter right there for Greg Lokinen. If he can get that working, he might come out with another 7-8 strikeout performance. There's no movement in either bullpen as we're entering the later stages of Game 1, as weird as that might sound. Strike called at the knees. Zach Beadle grounded back to the mound. This was the nifty play from Lokinen behind the back last time. Beadle wagging that bat, rocks just a tad as he takes strike 2.
Another great job of getting ahead by Lokinen. The last batter ahead 1-2. The big difference between the first 3 innings where he was falling behind, struggling trying to get back in these counts. Another 2-strike count here early.
You got to take advantage of the bottom half of the lineup. You're facing the 6, 7, 8 hitters. Got to find a way to sit them down. The 0-2 is swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts. Greg Lokinen looking like his normal self right now.
Seems like both pitchers are starting to feel their groove, starting to get comfortable. You know, most, especially top pitchers, you want to get them in the first. You want to get them early. You don't want them to get in that groove. And both pitchers seem like they're starting to feel it.
Another good off-speed at 77. Beadle was way late on that one. Here comes Dre Williams-Nelson, who grounded to first his last time up. High fly ball to right field on the first pitch. Coming over a hill brick. Camping underneath, makes the catch with 2 hands, and a 1-2-3 much-needed inning for Greg Lokinen and the Beavers. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Mammoths still lead 3-1 after a pair of home runs in their last 2 innings. This is your home for USPBL baseball. We'll be right back.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Bottom 4, and the Westside Woolly Mammoths have been out to a hot start. 1 run in each of the first 3 innings. Greg Lokinen picks up a big 0 in the top of the 4th. Carter Fitzpatrick's kind of trying to follow suit right now. Struck out the last 2 batters he's faced. He has struck out 3 of the last 4. On fire right now.
He really is. He's feeling he's starting to feel that groove. Pumping in that fastball, 93, 95, you know, sitting in that range in the 90s. And that off-speed pitch, he's working it in, keeping these hitters off balance so they can't just sit on the fastball.
Along with the newbie Fitzpatrick, the Mammoths add another arm to their team, the leader in appearances in the USPBL. That's Connor Tomasic. He comes over from the Utica Unicorns. Utica had Danny Dens come off the IR the other day and had to fill up a slot for him, and Tomasic gets the call over to the Mammoths. And we'll see him later today. Blake Bean. He'll take ball 1 a little bit low at the feet. Grounded into a double play his last time. 1-0 is a flare to center. Coming in Pastor. He's got to put on the Jets. Now holds up and makes the catch.
Another good jump by Pastor. Those balls right at you can be kind of hard to read sometimes. You don't want to come barreling in because that ball might be shooting over your head. But he sat back, got a good jump, and made the play.
And Pastor's got speed, but he's also got great instincts to where the ball's hit. He just knew that ball was dying and immediately comes in. And I know the old adage is your first step is back as an outfielder, but on a ball like that, he just knew right away and didn't waste that step backwards and attacked it. Breaking ball, strike 1 on the outside upper corner to Matt Piotrowski, who lined out to left last time. Ground ball up the middle, base hit to center. Nice swing from Piotrowski. Has 1 aboard here in the 4th with 1 gone. And right before that swing, I was going to say these Beavers have put a ton in the air for flyouts. And Piotrowski changes the message right there with a ground ball.
Yeah, great hit there by Piotrowski. You know, this as we get into the later stage of this game, only 6 innings. So, you know, bottom of the 4th, we're getting into that later time. Every base runner matters.
Matthew just took the team lead in hits with 33. Here's a half swing pop-up on the infield for Joe Burke. Puts his head down, tosses the bat. Miscommunication from the Mammoths. Beadle throws down to second. They tag out Piotrowski on the force. It was Jake Walker at third, Fitzpatrick on the mound, and Beadle, nobody calling off to make the catch.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick looked like he kind of had it all the way as the other two converged on him, and he backed off. Someone else must have called it off. But especially for the catcher, for Beadle, it's a tough play. You want your back towards the field. The ball's going to spin back to you. He had his back towards the stands, and it makes it a tough catch.
He just didn't have time. That ball continued to fade away back towards the pitcher's mound. It's tough to get behind that baseball as Hilbrick comes up empty on the first pitch. I think that goes down as an error, but I don't know who they would charge that on. Likely Beadle or Walker.
On the bright side for the Mammoths, nothing hurt. Got the force out at second. Just need to work on the communication a little bit.
Make it 0-2 to Hilbrick. One of 4 lefties in the lineup today for the Beavs. Combined 1 for 5 today with that Chase Rodriguez solo shot. He's waiting on deck. 3-1 Mammoths. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. There's a tap foul.
And Fitzpatrick, we saw in his Wayne State stats, he does not walk a lot, and he's really shown that here today. Just pummeling that strike zone, really filling it up, staying ahead of guys. He's been as advertised so far today.
Yeah, one way to stay successful in any league at any level is throw strikes. And if you can do it, throwing 95 with a 77-mile-an-hour breaking pitch, you're going to be all right. Hilbrick fights it away. It's still 0-2. And Hilbrick's a great example of a guy that just does not go down without a fight.
Yeah, Hilbrick hitting 299, not a lot of strikeouts, and he's really just he's a tough at-bat. Every time he's up there, it's a competitive, solid at-bat from him.
You mentioned it, frustrating for pitchers when they face a guy like Ray, who was the defending batting champion last year in this league. 1-2 as that's outside.
Especially when you have the ability to hit to all fields. That outer half pitch that some may just only be able to foul off, he can take it the other way for a base hit. Great bat control.
Leaves that one low and in at the feet. Nice stop from Beadle, makes it 2-2. As Cedeno, he's playing fairly deep out there in left, knowing that Hilbrick can send him that way. Pastor in center is playing directly straight up, and Fleming hugging the line in right. There's a grab ball to second base. Dre Williams-Nelson makes the play, flips on to first, and that's the inning. Beavers strand a runner in Joe Burke, and Carter Fitzpatrick with another clean inning. He's allowed just 3 hits through 4 frames. We go to the 5th. Mammoths, from game 1 of our doubleheader, have a 3-1 lead on the USPBL network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, we've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
We played 4 full innings of baseball in the Westside Woolly Mammoths with a 3-1 advantage on our final doubleheader of the 2024 season. It's ABBA night at the ballpark, along with Epilepsy Awareness Night presented by the Epilepsy Foundation. So many great promotional events, especially when you got ABBA being able to blast around the ballpark all day. Big Mamma Mia fan. Shout out my buddy Brendan Kelly. Jose Cedeno went deep his last time, fouls it straight back, 0-1. Solo shot to right field his last time. Let's see if Lokinen can replicate what he did last frame. A pair of strikeouts and a flyout. Sat down Westside 1-2-3. High pop-up, big league fly ball on the infield. Pietrowski calling for it, makes the catch.
Battle in the sun there. He's got the glasses on, but that ball hung up there for a long time. Like you said, big league fly ball, and no problem for him.
Cedeno's a former selection to the Philadelphia Phillies organization. So when he puts the ball in the air, they're professional big league fly balls. Here's Jake Walker, 0 for 1, a strikeout and a walk with a run scored. Scored back in the first on the Fleming single as he fouls it back. And these Mammoths, exactly what they were doing in the first couple innings, staying with their same plan, trying to jump on that first pitch from Greg Lokinen. Make it 0-2.
Hey, you see Lokinen, his pitch count's not high at all. He's given up 3 runs, only coming up on his 53rd pitch of the ball game. Like, most of the time, if you see lots of runs, you're going to see high pitch counts. But he's able to give the Beavers still a lot of depth in this game because the Mammoths are swinging away early.
I think that 4th inning was clutch, too. Just getting it down 1-2-3, threw less than a dozen pitches in that frame. But you're right. I mean, Cedeno, he hit the 3rd pitch that he saw out. Fox Liam swung at the first pitch, went deep. And Colby Seltzer, he has seen 2 pitches in his 2 at-bats. Here's the 1-2. Wave and a miss. Greg Lokinen, 3rd strikeout in his last 5 batters. It's 4 total for him as there's 2 gone in the 5th. He's keeping his team in the ball game right now.
He really is. He's settled down, got in control of his pitches. You know, he's fallen behind guys early, but these last 2 innings, he's really gotten ahead, and that breaking ball has been able to be nasty with 2 strikes because he's ahead in the count. He's able to use that pitch how he wants to.
That pitch breaking 17 inches across the plate. So tough to hit. Fox Liam 2 for 2 on the day as he cues one down the 3rd base line towards the head coach today, Justin Karn. It's traditionally Taylor Jellikowski. He was unavailable today, so Karn, the assistant, stepping in. That brings Jacob Raymond down to the first base bag, coaching over there. 0-1 to Liam. Is a high pop-up. This one's going to stay in the ballpark. Stefanovic behind in foul territory, can't make the catch. That ball was fading away from him.
Yeah, those pop-ups behind the catcher, those are difficult. I used to play catcher. Those are the hardest plays to make. Balls spinning back towards the field. Now, behind you, you can hear the footsteps, and they're difficult plays to make. You know, you'd like for the 3rd baseman to maybe call them off, but it's unfortunate that that ball drops.
Only because that ball's fading out towards 3rd base. I like that call, and Kalutis could have probably came on to make that catch, but you're right. I mean, that ball, it looks like it's straight up in the air, falling right down, but that is the farthest thing from the case. Liam on the 0-2 takes a fastball high. Unloaded for a solo shot for run number 3 for the Mammoths. That was back in the 3rd inning. Singled his first time. 1-2 is outside.
Threw that 0-2 heater up and then came back with the off-speed pitch in the dirt, tried to sequence and tunnel those pitches together. I'm interested to see kind of where Lokinen comes off this pitch. Is it going to be a heater, or is he going to come back with that off-speed pitch back-to-back?
Hasn't been great against lefties today. He's got to find a way. Here's a bouncer to first, stays fair. Burke makes the play chest high, and he touches on to first. Another 1-2-3 inning for Greg Lokinen. He's retired 9 in a row since giving up that Liam home run back in the 3rd. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game presented by Genesis Credit Union right around the corner. 3-1 Mammoths over the Beavers. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Chase Rodriguez going to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning. After singing about peanuts and Cracker Jacks, we are back alongside Jackson Bickers. I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the USPBL Network. It must be Irish night as well, as we had a little jig going on down there on the foul third base side of the dugout. And Carter Fitzpatrick continuing to cruise along. He's working into his 5th inning in his USPBL debut.
Yeah, he's providing a lot of depth for the Mammoths, especially in this doubleheader where you don't want to use too many pitchers. You got 12 innings of baseball, and if Fitzpatrick can go through this 5th inning, 5 of 12 innings of baseball, he's going to be pitching. Maybe even the 6th if he gets a quick inning. It's huge.
Chase Rodriguez responsible for the only run of the ball game for the Beavers. Solo home run out to right field, nearly robbed by Drew Fleming. It's on a 0-2 pitch as this is spiked in the dirt. Mammoth struck first in the top of the 1st inning, then again in the 2nd and the 3rd. Beavers got their only run back in the 2nd frame from Rodriguez in his last at-bat. Make it 2 balls, no strikes.
That homer for Rodriguez was on a fastball, 94 over the middle of the plate, turned on it. I'd be interested to see if he comes back with that heater a lot or more off-speed pitches from Fitzpatrick in this at-bat.
Well, off-speed at 85, bounces up once again. This is the first 3-0 count that Fitzpatrick has gone to this afternoon. Battles back, 3-1. Control has been excellent today for Carter on the mound. Shakes off once, twice, now nods through the windup. The 3-1 is in the dirt. First walk of the day. That's pretty darn good. And if you're 4 innings through and that's your first base on balls, you're doing something right.
Oh, he's gotten ahead of every batter constantly. And that might have been one of his only 3-ball counts of the whole game so far. And he low pitch count, only coming up on his 56th pitch. Just see if he can battle through that leadoff walk and get through this inning.
Stefanovic struck out swinging his first time. He looks at ball 1 just below the knees. Beavers have put a base runner on in 3 of the first 5 frames now. 2-0. They've only been able to get 1 run. That was on a Chase Rodriguez solo shot, so not even a base runner in that 2nd inning.
Which is good because we basically stole all of Oregon State's coaching staff. So
2-0. Line drive, right center field. It's going to drop for a hit. Rodriguez turns on second. He's going to hold up there. Thought about going to third. Fleming, a nice job of cutting that off quickly. 2 aboard with nobody away for the Beavers trying to make a comeback late.
Great piece of hitting there right there by Stefanovic. 92 over the plate. Use that speed that's coming his way. Just took it the other way. Didn't try and pull it, roll over. Just took it the other way, brought his hands in, and a line drive single for him.
Rocco's got some pop, but doesn't need to always use it. On a 92-mile-an-hour pitch, bottom of the zone, that's a really good pitch. It's not like he left it over the middle of the plate. That was a borderline strike call, and he just flicks it into right center. From the has just grown on both sides of the field. Behind the plate, he's been a lot better over the last month and a half, 2 months, and at the plate, he's excelled tenfold.
Those are the pitches that really give pitchers headaches. You feel like you delivered, you executed that pitch properly how you wanted to, and they still get a barrel on it, find some green grass, and they're on base.
Now time for Vasily Kaludis. Flied out to left his first time, takes a strike at the knees. It's the thing about those 6-inning doubleheader ball games, not a ton of at-bats unless your team's scoring double digits. A very wide open stance for Kaludis. Nice block from Beadle makes it 1-1.
Yeah, not a lot of at-bats, so they don't see a lot of pitches throughout the game. You got to be in there locked in, ready to hit.
Kaludis 3 for his first 7 in the USPBL with 1 home run and 5 RBIs. 1-1 is a line drive to center field. Rodriguez turning around third base. He's going to try to score. The throw home from Pastor is not in time. 3-2 ball game as Vasily Kaludis delivers with his 6th RBI.
Great base running right there at second base by Rodriguez. Ball got hit, line drive. He did not even hesitate. He was off. He knew how deep the outfielders were. He knew that ball was dropping, and he was gone from second base right away. And that's why he was able to score right there on a throw that was kind of close.
Nice haul from Pastor home, but Rodriguez, he runs with the best of them, and he scored to make it a 3-2 ball game. Here comes head coach Justin Karn to have a conversation with Fitzpatrick and company. It's not that the control has wavered. It's just he's leaving more pitches across the plate, not locating as well as he was in the first 4. And that can be expected. He's just reached 60 pitches and hasn't thrown since the end of school ball. So I guess there was going to be a time in this start where he was going to kind of taper off when it comes to his velocity and control.
Yeah, not throwing for that long. You know, the length that he's able to go is probably going to be hindered a little bit. Maybe not able to reach up into those 80, 90 pitch counts that he was able to when he was back at school.
Now there's movement in the bullpen for the Mammoths. Here's a ground ball to third base. Will it stay fair? No. Chopper foul from Pablo Ruiz, who struck out swinging his first time. Starting to speed up the arm in the bullpen. Get you a name on that in just a moment.
And this is another batter where if you're not careful, this could be a lead for the Beavers. He could send that ball out of here. 3 homers already on the year of his 7 hits.
Looks to be Aaron Evers down there in the bullpen for the Mammoths. Fitzpatrick checks the runner, throws a breaking pitch high. 1-1 to Ruiz. Rodriguez started the inning with a single, then back-to-back base hits from Stefanovic and Kaludis have cut the lead to just 1 for Westside. Ground ball to third base, pass of a field. Stefanovic rounding third. He's going to try and score and will. Throw down to third, gets Kaludis. He was trying to take an extra base, and we're tied all the way up here, Jackson Bickers.
Big hit from Ruiz. Got the heater, got ahead of in the count, got a good pitch to hit, sent it into left field past the third baseman, and it was a great play right there.
It's going to be the end of the day for Carter Fitzpatrick. In the 5th inning, he walks the first batter and allows 3 singles, and the game is tied at 3 apiece. We're going to step aside briefly as Aaron Evers will enter the fold for the Mammoths. What a day from Fitzpatrick, though, for those first 4 frames.
You know, a great debut from him. I mean, he's going to be probably a little disappointed with how it ended, but it was a great debut for him anyways.
3-3 tie. Beavers still applying pressure with a runner on second base. Just Aaron Evers onto the ball game. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
Some clutch swings from the bottom of the Beaver lineup have tied this game. Stefanovic, Kaludis, and Ruiz all coming through. Kaludis and Ruiz picking up RBIs. And now in a tie game with a runner on second base and 1 out, Aaron Evers and possibly the 6th.
Yeah, Aaron Evers, his 14th appearance of the year, 16 2/3 innings, and he does a great job of limiting base runners. 17 strikeouts, only 5 walks. That is huge coming out of the pen. You need to throw strikes in an ERA of 4.32.
Evers is off-speed heavy, going to throw a ton of soft stuff at these Beaver hitters. A changeup and he throws probably pretty evenly all at about 25%. And then a four-seam fastball and cutter are his last two pitches that he mixes in. Aaron, he lives up in the low 90s. He's a high strikeout guy, as you mentioned, Jackson, and they need one right here. These Beavers were held off at bay late into this one, and it was only a matter of time before they popped off for a big inning.
Yeah, they were held down, but this is a big spot for Evers. He got the go-ahead run on second base, only one out in the inning, and Ben Wilcoxon up to bat, and it's a big opportunity here.
Carter Fitzpatrick finishes the day giving up 3 runs. That was on 6 hits, walked 1, and struck out 3. First pitch to Ben Wilcoxon is a strike call. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Evers works first base side of the rubber. Comes set at the belt and the stretch. Does not look at Ruiz at second. The 1-1, the 0-1 turns to 1-1, high and inside. Beavers looking for their 5th straight win. Mammoths want to snap that and grab win number 17. Ruiz hopping off a second. Here's a fastball high and in that catches a piece of Wilcoxon. Excuse me, that was an off speed, but it doesn't matter. 2 on with 1 out.
Yeah, just couldn't find that release point there and just left it a little too high up and in, and it caught Wilcoxon on the left shoulder. He was able to turn away from it, which is good, and just caught him on the shoulder.
Dangerous spot with Blake Bean up at bat. 2 on, 1 out. Huge inning from the Beavers. They've reached their last 5 hitters. Swing and a miss. Kalutis was the only out as he was cut down at third trying to take an extra base. Bean is 0 for 2. Grounded into a double play in the first. Flied out to center back in the 4th as he calls time at the dish.
That was a great bounce back pitch there from Evers. You know, loses control of that off-speed pitch, hits the guy, comes back with that same off-speed pitch and locates it perfectly at the bottom of the zone for strike 1.
"17 total hits this year for Blake Bean. 2 of them are homers, 2 of them are doubles. Looking for RBI number 12 and giving his team the lead. Swing and a miss, nothing in 2.
Great job getting ahead here, especially with runners in scoring position. You need to get ahead of hitters. Keep them off balance. Looking for a double play here.
Evers sets. 0-2 to Bean. There's a line drive to left field coming in. Cedeno, he's going to make the catch coming on. 2 gone, 2 on for Matt Piotrowski.
Big out right there. Took it the other way. Cedeno looked like he had a good read on it, but you don't never know with those sinking line drives. You can't tell if they're going to drop in front of him, but Cedeno looked like he had it all the way.
Ball did not get very high either. Stayed very low, so had a chance to have gravity pull it down onto the grass. Cedeno got there in time. Piotrowski will look at a fastball at 96 in the dirt. It's got to be tough when the starter throws 94, 95, and then the first reliever out of the pen is right around the same number.
Absolutely no let up out of the pen here for the Mammoths.
Piotrowski's 1 for 2. 1-0 catches the outside corner. Evens up the count.
What's wrong with the camera? No, not this camera, the first base camera. Oh, what's wrong with that camera?
Mammoths with a 5-3 record against the Beavers this season. There's the 1-1. Huge cut and a miss at a fastball upper middle.
He threw that off-speed pitch for strike 1 on the outer half. Came back with that heater up. Look for him to come back with that off-speed pitch. He changed his eye level, got him off balance. Look for a low and away pitch right here.
Beetle set up that way. The 1-2. Line drive foul. Staying alive. It's Matt Piotrowski.
Doubled up on the heater, left it up again with the eye level up there.
And Matt can catch up to that pitch. He's got very quick hands, a simple, quiet stance and swing. By the way, the newest member of the Mammoths is in the bullpen right now, as here's another foul ball out of play back towards the road. That is Connor Tomasic, formerly of the Utica Unicorns. Got the call on Monday, is joining the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Swing and a miss on the 1-2 to Pietrowski. Beadle tags him out, and that's the inning. We've played 5 frames of baseball, and the Beavers strike for 2 and tie this thing up. Final inning of action will be next from Game 1 of our doubleheader from the USPBL. 3-3 tie between the Mammoths and Beavers here at Jimmy John's Field.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing. 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Everyone has something that motivates them to do better. And for me, that's my daughter Shelby. I named Shelby Construction Services after her as a reminder to always run the company in a way that would make her proud. Our goal isn't just to get the job done, but to get it done right. And that means making sure every customer has a 5-star experience. I think how a company treats you is just as important as the finished product. My daughter wouldn't have it any other way.
Call 833-6-SHELBY. That's 833-6-SHELBY.
We head to the 6th, all knotted up at 3 apiece alongside Jackson Bickers. I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the USPBL Network. And Jackson, we talked at the break, if I were to be a betting man, who was going to last longer in this ball game, Lokinen or Fitzpatrick? I thought it was going to be Carter, but no surprise as Greg is quite the workhorse going into his 6th inning.
Yeah, he's just been battling and grinding through those first couple innings where he gave up a couple of runs, but he's done a great job since of settling in and really helping the Beavers settle into this ball game.
Retired the last 9 he has faced. Gave up a home run to Fox Liam back in the 3rd inning, and it's been tough going for the Mammoths since then. 1-0 on the way to Drew Fleming. He grounds one sharply to second. Pietrowski bobbles to his knee. Got to throw to first. They got him in time. Pietrowski knocked it down, slipped on the grass, and was still able to make a throw for out number 1.
Great job of not panicking. Once that ball hits off your glove, some players might, freak out, try and get to that ball in a wild throw, or something bad happens after that. But he settled in, got the ball, and made a nice throw over to first for out number 1.
That's why second's great. Because if the ball's hit hard at you right there, all you got to do is really knock it down, and you got time to make a flip to first. Nick Pastore's 0 for 2. Taps one to first. Burke has got a field and race into the bag. Can't get there. Did Pastore touch first? It seemed like he peeled off a second early, but he's going to be aboard with a infield single.
I wasn't totally sure if he touched first. It didn't look like Burke made the tag, and I don't think Pastore touched first, but the call is safe on the field.
Try to see if you guys can show that again if you can. Our home plate umpire is going to come out for a moment. Is he going to have a conversation with our field ump? Or are they just making sure Pastore and Burke are okay? Let's take another look right here. So Pastore definitely gets there in time. Oh, he got the right foot on. That was acrobatic.
Great job catching that corner of the bag, avoiding the tag from Burke. Great base running.
From our angle, I thought he peeled off prematurely and just didn't get a piece of the base. We were wrong. 0-1 to Colby Seltzer. Ground out and a pop out today.
That's why we're up here and not making the calls down there.
Ain't that the truth? Lokinen inherits the first base runner since the 3rd inning. Stefanovic trying to backpick at first. He threw out a hopper back earlier this week on that same play. 1-1 the count goes. Seltzer out of Hazlet, Texas, has played a perfect shortstop position all year long for this Mammoth club. There goes Pastore. Pitch is high and inside. Stefanovic's throwdown is in time. They got him. Rocco in a big spot.
What a throw from Stefanovic. Got the ball and got rid of it quickly. No hesitation from him, and a great throw over to second there, low and right into the tag.
You know how impressive that is, too, that ball was on his glove side. He had to catch, cross his body, and then throw. That wasn't a throwing side ball where he can easily transfer. My goodness, Ranko Stefanovic. He's been playing awesome behind the plate and has come up offensively as well. And that's a big run right there in the top of the 6th inning, cutting down that guy. Pastor was the team leader in stolen bases. He was just caught for the 6th time. He has 12 stolen bags with those 6 caught. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Seltzer. That pitch is in the dirt at the feet. And instead of 2 on with 1 out, it's now 2 gone with 1 on.
That caught ceiling is huge. A runner in scoring position, the go-ahead run in scoring position, and it would have been 2 on with the walk. Now only a guy on first. Still got some room on the bases in case anything happens.
Strikeout looking last time for Dodson. He's come up in big spots before for this team. Tall task against a guy like Greg Lokinen, who's been awesome all year long. Has wavered a little bit early today, but settled in very nicely in his last 2 2/3.
Yeah, done a much better job of getting ahead of guys. And that pitch count, it's consistently stayed low. Never had one of those big innings where the pitch count went into the 20s or even the low 30s.
Pitch 70 on the way. Dodson awaiting the 0-1. Fouled right back at the screen. And this is where Lokinen's able to throw that frisbee down and inside at the back foot of Dodson. Or maybe he dots up a fastball high and outside trying to get him to chase.
Good thing is 0-2. Got a lot of pitches to play with. You could use them both. You got everything on the table here.
3-3 tie. We're in the 6th inning. The 0-2 is in the dirt. Nice block from Ranko. There's that first waste pitch. Lokinen can do it again. Dodson with 3 walks and 6 strikeouts so far this season in 17 at-bats. The 1-2 is high and inside. Dodson out of Utah Tech University. From St. George, Utah, trying to come up big when 2s are wild. Another foul ball.
Good at bat here from Dodson. 0-2, worked it back to 2-2, fouls a pitch off, making Lokinen work. Gotta make him work here.
Mammoths had a 3-1 lead until the bottom of the 5th, where the Beavers scored 2 to tie it. Small lead for Seltzer at first. The 2-2 again. Upstairs. We're going to push to full. Seltzer's going to be off with the pitch.
That was a great take. Those fastballs up at your eyes, those are the hardest ones to lay off of, and it didn't miss by much at all. Almost clipped the top of the zone. Great take from Dodson.
Wags that bat over the right shoulder. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Lokinen loves it. And the Mammoths strand another runner. Ranko Stefanovic cuts down Nick Pastor, who nearly got in scoring position. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Let's see if the Beavers can win it, or we're headed to extras here on the USPBL Network. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 6th.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people. For who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank. And some say our business is all about money. But that's an old idea. Because look past the money and you'll see real human lives. We see it because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
Aaron Evers entered the ball game with 1 out in the 5th inning. He retired 2 of the 3 batters he's faced, and he's looking to close the door in the 6th and send this thing to extras.
Yeah, back out there for another inning. Did a great job of getting out of the jam last inning, and now got to set down the Beavers as they try to walk this one off.
Joe Burke, Ray Hilbrick, and Chase Rodriguez to face Evers here in the bottom of the 6th. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, these doubleheader ball games are just 6 innings. So if the Mammoths are able to put up a 0 here, we're going to go to the top of the 7th, the only half inning of extra inning ball, and we'll decide that on a coin flip on who will hit and who will field. But let's see if we even get to that point.
Great job today. Hey kids, if you'd like to run the bases right now is the time to hit.
Final warm-up pitches have concluded. Beetle still behind the dish. The defense the same all the way around. Also, Game 2 will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Joe Burke will get us started. He's 0 for 2.
Lots of power coming in these next 3 Beaver hitters. You got Hilbrick, then you got Rodriguez, who has just been on fire as of late. Already has a homer in this ball game. Evers has got to be careful to keep the ball in the park.
First pitch to Joe Burke. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball. Finds the bottom of the zone. Drops off the table. Great start from Carter Fitzpatrick. He was roughed up in the 5th. Enter Aaron Evers. Make it 0-2. Nasty stuff.
Yeah, another great off-speed pitch. Both swing and misses here were off-speed, and he's really had a feel for that early on in this outing for him.
Folds the glove on the left thigh, tucks the ball behind the right cheek as he shakes off, now nods. First base side of the rubber for Aaron. The 0-2 is on the way. Check swing. Did he go? They're going to offer. Yes, he did. 2 strikeouts back-to-back for Aaron Evers, finishing off the 5th and starting the 6th.
As we've said all day, getting ahead, getting ahead. Well, 0-2 can use that chase pitch. Just throw it in the dirt, make him try and chase, and he did right there.
It's a key first out in the bottom of the 6th inning when you needed it most. Mammoths jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Hilbrick looks at strike 1. Beavers clap back with a solo shot from Chase Rodriguez, who stands on deck. Made it a 2-1 game. Then Fox Liam went deep in the 3rd to make it 3-1. And RBIs from Kalutis and Ruiz from the Beavers tied it up in the 5th. 0-1 to Hilbrick is fouled away. Make it 0-2 quickly. Beavers trying to win 10 of their last 13 ball games. Mammoths are 5-5 in their last 10. They're trying to even up with the Unicorns at 17 wins apiece. Make it 1-2.
Yeah, these games are getting really important as these teams battle for first place in the playoffs. Even the 2nd seed, you don't got to play that quarterfinal game just in the semis. All this seeding is very important for both these teams, really.
Ray on the 1-2 taps it foul. It's a big point because you'd love to have the 1 seed and take yourself all the way to the championship game, just like the Mammoths did last year, ended up losing to the Unicorns. But that 2 seed, that's just a game where you can eliminate some of the pitching. You don't have to use arms in that quarterfinal and can just play 1 game before the championship. The 1-2 fastball at 95 does not clip the corner. 2-2.
Just missed on that pitch. It was a ball, but it was just off the plate, and a great take right there from Hilbrick.
One of the best discipline-wise at the plate as shadows start to cast over the front side of the infield. 2-2 called, strike 3. Aaron Evers has struck out the last 3 batters that he has faced. 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Man, is he settling in, especially with that off-speed pitch. Got the strikeout before on it and just froze Hilbrick right there with that pitch that came back over into the righty batter's box, right back over the plate.
Last chance here in the bottom of the 6th for the Beavers. Chase Rodriguez. 1 for 1 with a walk. He has scored both times he has come to bat. Strike 1 called. Dotted up on the outside corner to the lefty. Heck of a start to the season for Chase. 12 hits, 11 RBIs, 5 home runs in 13 games. 1-1.
And he does have a walk-off home run against the Mammoths a couple of weeks ago, so
this is true.
Will history repeat itself? I don't know.
This is true. It was a 3-run bomb to complete a 10-7 win on a Sunday. 1-1, Rodriguez taps it foul. A little bit on top of that baseball. Middle pitch at 85 miles an hour. That's one he wants back.
Yeah, those are the ones you can't miss. Those middle pitches, especially off speed, the cookies as some people call them, just didn't get the job done.
Evers shakes off profusely 4 times, 5 times. Now agrees. The 1-2 at the feet. 2-2. Nice take from Rodriguez as he extends the at-bat. Defense has Rodriguez to pull heavy. Williams Nelson in the hole at second. Fleming hugging the line and right. And Liam, he's basically straddling the first baseline. Full count. Backdoor breaking ball does not catch the corner.
Good at bat here from Rodriguez. Battling back, behind in the count, taking some pitches, fouling off some pitches. Very disciplined.
Loves the right side of the field. He's got a big hole up the middle. The 3-2 from Evers. Fly ball right field. Chase Rodriguez is going to send him home happy once again. Solo shot, his second of the ball game. The Beavers have won 4 in a row and 10 of their last 13 games in a come-from-behind win, 4-3 over the Mammoths.
We talk about that cookie that he missed the pitch before, that off-speed pitch. Well, he got another one, 96 right over the middle of the plate, and he did not miss that one.
Oh my goodness, they mob him at home. Rodriguez continues to be the star. Jackson, you spoke it into existence. Walked off the Mammoths last week, and he does it again here in the 6th inning. That was his first home run at the top of the berm, and then went deep again on that last replay you saw. Oh my goodness, you can't say enough about Chase Rodriguez and these Beavers battling in the 5th inning. How about their bottom half of the lineup in the 5th, scrapping together 2 runs against a guy in Carter Fitzpatrick that was dialed in, and they were able to rough him up, get him out of the ball game, and Rodriguez puts the cherry on the cake.
I mean, they've just been on fire as of late. You're right, Fitzpatrick held him down early in the game, but they were able to keep battling, grinding, working those at-bats, and got him out of the game, and then walked it off here in the 6th.
30 minutes before Game 2. Promptly 7:32 p.m. Your final score from Game 1 of our final doubleheader from the USPBL was a great one. Come from behind win for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. 3 runs in the last 2 innings, including a solo shot to walk it off for Chase Rodriguez, his 2nd homer of the game and his 6th of the season through 14 games. That's going to do it from us here at Jimmy John's Field. Be back in 30 minutes for Game 2 of our doubleheader between the Beavers and the Mammoths. Your final score one more time, 4-3. The Beavers take it. They've won 4 in a row, 10 of their last 13. Hottest team in the USPBL, and Chase Rodriguez is your hero. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you in 30 for Game 2 on the USPBL Network. Thanks, fellas.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and recenter life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Everyone has something that motivates them to do better. And for me, that's my daughter Shelby. I named Shelby Construction Services after her as a reminder to always run the company in a way that would make her proud. Our goal isn't just to get the job done, but to get it done right. And that means making sure every customer has a 5-star experience. I think how a company treats you is just as important as the finished product. My daughter wouldn't have it any other way.
Call 833-6-SHELBY. That's 833-6-SHELBY.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, we've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing, 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early, giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees, and helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
Everyone has something that motivates them to do better. And for me, that's my daughter Shelby. I named Shelby Construction Services after her as a reminder to always run the company in a way that would make her proud. Our goal isn't just to get the job done, but to get it done right. And that means making sure every customer has a 5-star experience. I think how a company treats you is just as important as the finished product. My daughter wouldn't have it any other way.
Call 833-6-SHELBY. That's 833-6-SHELBY.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
The USPBL powered by UWM baseball games at Jimmy John's Field are the fun and family-friendly experience you won't want to miss. Entertainment every week, including Thirsty Thursdays, fireworks every Friday, live music Saturdays, and Sunday fun days for the kids. Kids run the bases after every game, and parking is always free. Come see the stars of the future at Jimmy John's Field. Get your tickets today at uspbl.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Game 2 right around the corner from our final doubleheader from the USPBL in 2024. Alongside Jackson Bickers, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. Before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's talk about our sponsors that make every broadcast possible. $16 and 13 the Mammoths now on the season. The Beavers 13 and 19, winners of 10 of their last 13. You guys can roll sponsors whenever.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to
Chase Rodriguez, once again the hero for the Beavers squad. His second walk-off home run in less than a week. Chase has really just come on and been a huge pivotal piece to this team, along with guys like Blake Bean, Matt Piotrowski, Ray Hilbrick, all coming together to make this team a really good one that's going to be very dangerous down the stretch.
He's been a spark plug in this winning streak. He gets inserted into the lineup, and he's just been on fire since the start.
Yes, you got it. Belfour Property Restoration. We'll get into those sponsors. Budweiser. Corewell Health. Dave & Buster's. DTE Energy. Fifth Third Bank. JARBCOM Audio Video Solutions. Jimmy John's. Macomb Community College. McLaren Macomb. McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration.
Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers.
Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers.
Good old
Pepsi.
UWM.
And United Wholesale Mortgage. Going to get started a little bit after 7:30 as lineup cards were exchanged. Let's take a look now at the offensive lineup for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, looking to split a doubleheader after a tough loss in Game 1. Jake Walker will lead off and play third base. Fox Liam bats second, place first. He went deep last game. Drew Fleming knocked in an RBI as well. He's in right field batting third. Nick Pastor back in the cleanup spot, patrolling center field. Colby Seltzer bats fifth and plays shortstop. Hank Dotson, instead of DHing, he is going to catch Game 2. That's where Zach Beadle comes in as the DH. Those are the 6-7 hitters. Troy Williams-Nelson bats 8th at second. And Jose Cedeno also with a big fly in Game 1. He's back in left field for the 16-13 Mamos. For a team in the Westside Woolly Mammoths, they hit the long ball, just could not finish it out from a nice start out of Carter Fitzpatrick. The defense now for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, posted by head coach John Diesel Dombrowski. Blake Beans in left field, Chase Rodriguez, the hero from Game 1 in center, Pablo Ruiz in right. And your infield has Aaron Dolney doing the catching in Game 2. Christian Ortega is playing third, Ben Wilcoxon at short, Matt Piotrowski at second, Joe Burke at first. All for the starter in Dyson Johnson. Boy, what a start he had last time out.
Yeah, it really was fantastic. Last Sunday, threw 5 1/3 innings, 9 strikeouts, only 1 hit, and 0 runs. It was fantastic how he looked out there.
Dyson's best performance, and it's not really close. I mean, these Beavers have really added some key arms. Dyson Johnson, Samuel Bass, and we got to give a lot of credit to what Greg Lokinen was able to put together in those last 3 innings. Greg gave up 3 in the first 3 innings. It did not look good for him to start. He was getting hit up. But then he retires 9 in a row, and he gets a huge out in the 6th inning to keep those Mammoths at just 3 runs, and their offense does the rest.
Yeah, he didn't have his best stuff early on. Was falling behind in counts, getting hurt on some pitches that he was leaving over the middle of the plate, but he stayed in there, barreled down, and threw a great 6 innings. Those final 3, he looked like the ace that he is.
Exactly. I mean, he finished such a great day, ended up striking out 6, and he was given the no decision. Sorry, he got the win after the home run from Rodriguez went out to right field. Jake Walker's ready to go. Him and Fox Liam looming near the batter's box as we're moments away from Game 2. Weather is still about the same. A few clouds have rolled in. There's no wind as our American flag is at rest in straightaway center field, but still the same 87 degrees, hot and sunny. There's some shadows also being cast on the right side of the infield, also in foul ground on the third base side. So those are going to come into play a little bit as the sun continues to set. We'll take a look now at the home Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers lineup, posted by head coach John Dombrowski. The 13-19 Beavs are going to kick it off with nearly the exact same lineup. Ben Wilcoxon, shortstop, batting first. Blake Bean in left. He's batting second. Matt Piotrowski at second, batting third. Joe Burke at first. He cleans it up. Ray Hilbrick will DH and bat fifth. Chase Rodriguez in center field batting sixth. Christian Ortega, who he's in for Vasily Kaludis, playing seventh. Dolney will catch Game 2 in place of Branko Stefanovic. He's going to bat 8th, and Pablo Ruiz, the right fielder, bats 9th. Beavers looking to get out to another good start. I mean, they were very slow on offense for the first 4 innings and then popped off for 3 in the last 2.
Yeah, the Mammoths came out of the gates very hot, scored 3 runs in the first 3 innings, but the Beavers, they were able to settle down. They battled back, they didn't give up, and they ended up with the win.
Dyson Johnson will take the bump as the Beavers take the field. 13-19 on the year for Birmingham Bloomfield. They are slowly nipping at the heels of the Utica Unicorns, who sit in 3rd place. And it's only a half game now between the Hoppers and the Mammoths after they won. I definitely needs a win today, but let's dive into these numbers on Dyson Johnson.
Yeah, he's 1-1 on the year with a 4.86 ERA, 16 2/3 innings pitched, and he's got 26 strikeouts to 16 walks. So walks can be an issue at times, but if he's in the zone, he can be very effective.
The 6'2", 24-year-old out of Auburn, Washington, attended college at Tacoma Community College in 2019 and 2020. Then spent his final 2 years at Winthrop University from 22 to 23. Very strong right-handed arm, comes out not quite traditionally over the top, but not also sidearm, somewhere in the middle there. And he's going to sit around 90 miles an hour with some really good stuff. As Jackson mentioned, 9 strikeouts in his last outing.
Yeah, he's going to come with a 4-seam fastball, slider, cutter, and the changeup. So that 3/4 arm slot can be hard to read for hitters, but that slider and cutter breaking away from righties, that 3/4 arm slot can be effective.
We're all set to go here. Jake Walker ready to toe up to the box. He was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored back in Game 1. We'll be giving you all the stats on our guys between both teams as we move through this second game. Just 5 more meetings, including this one, for these two squads this year. It's been a lot of fun just watching these guys mingle throughout the weeks, the months, learning their tendencies on the field and then also having fun on their base paths or even away from baseball. You see a lot of these guys actually interacting when they're working at the ballpark, whether it's the grounds crew or concessions. And I love to see it as it's a tight-knit 4-team group.
Yeah, the camaraderie is really shown. These guys are together all summer. They're battling, they're playing against each other, but there's still that respect and that friendship that gets built through baseball.
Standings have the Eastside Diamond Hoppers just a half game back of Westside for first place. They would take a half game lead they would be tied for first place if the Mammoths drop this second game. Have not been swept in a doubleheader yet this year, has Westside. Johnson toes the slab, working first base side through the windup. Here comes Jake Walker to kick off Game 2 at about 7:36 p.m. on a beautiful night for baseball in downtown Utica, Michigan. Breaking ball, strike 1 at the knees. Walker, a run scored the first time for Walker. It was a very hot start for this Westside offense, scoring a run in their first 3 batters against Greg Lokinen. That one gets away from Dolney. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike.
You're right. They start off that ball game very hot. Let's see if they can, keep that going, start the game hot, but also don't let the bats die throughout the game. Keep hitting, keep scoring runs as we get through these next 6 innings.
Yeah, just 1 hit, 2 base runners for the Mammoths in the last 3 innings. So if they were able to put together 1 or 2 more, might have been a different outcome at the end of that ball game. 1 and 2 now to Walker. You just can't let those Beavers hang around. They'll make you pay. Walker lines one in the left center field gap. Not deep. Coming in a few steps is Bean. He makes the catch, and Walker is retired to start the game.
Great start for Johnson. Got ahead, got it in a good pitcher's count, gave him the off-speed pitch, was just a little he was just a little out in front of it, and just a lazy fly ball to left field.
Johnson struck out the side in the 4th inning back last week against the Hoppers in a 9-6 win. Finished with those 9 Ks, and his start before that, he had 8 strikeouts. So in his last 2 times out, Dyson Johnson has come to play. 9 innings of work, 17 strikeouts through his last 2 times out. Fox Liam, what a day he had in Game 1. 2 for 3 with a solo jack. 92 miles an hour, grabs the lower outer corner, 1-1.
Yeah, he sent that ball that he hit out a long way. That was another one of those no-doubters that instantly, as soon as it got hit, you knew that thing was gone onto the berm.
Liam fights that away, 1-2. Yeah, Rodriguez and Liam were the 2. Cedeno as well. He hit his a long way, but Liam actually nearly cleared the berm in right field, and there was a flurry of youngsters that went to go chase that one down. Dyson drops the glove through the windup. The 1-2 is off the plate. Liam waits way out in front of the breaking pitch. Strikeout number 1 for Dyson Johnson added to the ticket. 2 outs to start off the top of the first inning.
Great sequencing there from Johnson. You know, he threw a couple heaters to him in that at-bat, and he got him off balance. He was out in front. He was ready for it, looking for that 90-mile-per-hour fastball, and just pulled the string on him right there.
Drew Fleming stands in the very back of that right-handed batter's box. Semi-open stance, wagging the bat in close near the right ear. Nubs that one off the end of the bat. Fleming with a hot shot line drive. His first at-bat in Game 1 to give the Mammoths a 1-0 lead. Nobody hits the ball harder in this league than Drew Fleming, I have to say. 0-1 is tap foul.
Yeah, all that 6'6" stature, you know, he's hitting missiles out into the field. It's definitely a scary person when you're looking at in the box.
Oh, yeah. He almost took away a home run from Chase Rodriguez back in the second inning of that first game. He was clotheslined by the right field wall. Glad to see he's fully healthy. Slider misses 1-2. Remember, the only bench player that is available for the Westside Woolly Mammoths is the Unicorns' own Ryan Enos. Subbing in with the Mammoths today, shoring up a spot. The 1-2 breaking ball is a high fly ball left field. Does it have the distance? It does not. Bean a few steps in, makes the catch. Once again, a powerful swing from Fleming. Nothing comes of it, and Dyson Johnson works a 1-2-3, top of the first. Beavers come to bat in the bottom half. We'll see if this will be a split or the Beavers can take 2 in our doubleheader today from Jimmy John's Field. You're watching USPBL Baseball.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Beavers will come to bat for the first time since Chase Rodriguez won them Game 1 4-3 with a walk-off shot. Zach Zeborowski, he's going to get the starting nod here for the Mammoths in Game 2.
Yeah, Zeborowski 1-2 on the year with a 4.06 ERA. He is third in the USPBL in strikeouts with 51, and he's thrown 37.2 innings pitched.
That's incredible. I mean, such a low inning count with such a high strikeout rate, and he doesn't walk many people. 20, not very high, but he's averaging just about a walk every couple innings.
No, he's going to fill up that strike zone. He's going to be primarily slider sinker. He uses those two pitches about 73% of the time, but he'll mix in the four-seamer changeup and the cutter every once in a while.
Hank Dodson's going to catch for him in Game 2 as we take a look at the three-dimensional services group defense for head coach Justin Karn and Westside. So we mentioned Dodson behind the dish, Jake Walker at third, Seltzer at shortstop, Dre Williams Nelson at second, and Fox Liam over at first. The same infield minus Dodson behind the dish, and the outfield is the exact same from Game 1. Cedeno in left, Pastor the captain in center, and Fleming out in right. Ben Wilcoxon wasted no time. His first plate appearance today with a line single. He'll take a ball high. And you got to give a lot of credit to Carter Fitzpatrick for striking out Wilcoxon. That was just the fourth K on the year for Ben. He does not strike out very often. He is at 106 at-bats with 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, Wilcoxon is a very tough out at the plate. Like you said, doesn't strike out a lot, and that's a lot of credit to Fitzpatrick, who had a good outing and was able to strike him out.
He struck him out on 3 pitches, just dicing him up. Here's a foul ball to move the count to 1-2. And you got to feel good if you're the Mammoths bringing on Fitzpatrick, over 100 strikeouts at Wayne State this past season. And when you're trying to make that push late into August, moving into the playoffs in September, that's a key arm that you need. Zaborowski's 1-2 pitch. On the ground, left side, in between the hole. Seltzer, a Jeter toss to first, will not be in time. Infield hit for Ben Wilcoxon, but a nice play from Seltzer.
Perfectly placed there, right between the shortstop and the third baseman. You know, third baseman, am I going to go get it? Shortstop, can I get there, backhand it? You know, good, very good range there from Seltzer, but just couldn't make the throw in time.
It happened a bunch to Colby earlier this weekend. I think it was back on Thursday. There was about 3 or 4 balls that were poked in that 5-6 hole, and he made great stop after great stop, just could not launch the throw to first. Same thing happened to Grant Stevenson of the Hoppers. Blake Bean looks at the first pitch upstairs. Zaborowski threw him a slider that did not break down, stayed straight up. Bean 0 for 3 in game 1, hit the ball hard his last time up. He now flicks it fouled on the third baseline. Bean attended Orchard Lake St. Mary's High School. Then he went to Kalamazoo College for 2 years and Lenore-Rhine for his final pair of college seasons. He was a key piece on all 3 of those teams, really. Puts it out of play, 1-2.
Another good spot right there from Zaborowski on the outer half. 2 foul balls on pitches that were on the outside corner. They're not going to do any damage with that pitch. Again, getting ahead in the count.
Out of these top 5 or top 6 hitters, I should say, they're all extremely dangerous. Not saying the entire Beaver lineup isn't, but you got a lot of home run and extra base hitters in that top 6. Can add Ortega in there as well as the 7-spot guy, considering he was the home run derby champion. But against those guys, you want to throw those type of pitches where they get a piece, but nothing that they're able to drive deep and hurt you. Wilcoxon at first, he might take off. There he goes. Dotson on a throw down, not in time. Ben Wilcoxon steals a bag. His 11th of the year. And it's a runner in scoring position here for the Beavs.
Yeah, you could see Wilcoxon at first. He was looking a little jittery. Got a great jump on that pitch. Not a bad pitch to throw on, but just the jump was too much, and his speed, of course.
And he likely knew an off-speed pitch was coming there. It's easier to take a bag when you get an off-speed pitch. Blake Bean lines one. It's gloved. Backhand by Liam. Toss to Zaborowski is in time. Boy, that saved a run. Fox Liam flashing some backhand leather. Gets some props from his second baseman, Dre Williams-Nelson. 1 out, runner on third base for Matt Piotrowski.
That was incredible range by Liam. Great play, like you said, saving that run. Wilcoxon likely scores on that play, and they execute the PFP to perfection.
Heads up from Zaborowski, too. If I'm a pitcher, I'm saying if that's personally me, I'm turning on my heels and going, oh, shoot, that's a base hit to right. But he had the know-it-all to get over to first base in time and get the speedy Bean out of the left-handed box. Swing and a miss on a slider, swinging outside to Piotrowski. Matt had a single back in game 1, struck out and lined out. Dotson set up on the outside part of the plate. It's where it is, 0-2.
Another great slider right there. He's really spinning that right now. Lots of swing and misses on that pitch, and he's throwing them just off the plate, just enough where I can't really take that pitch. I'm not really sure if that's a strike, so I got to take a swing at it.
Cut and a miss again. 1, 2, 3 goes down Matt Piotrowski for out number 2. What a huge strikeout with a runner on third and less than 2 outs.
It's huge. Don't want to give up that first run of the ball game, especially in these tighter, not as long games with these 6 innings, of course. So every run is so important. That strikeout there was huge. Let's see if they can get this final third out.
Especially Westside with their defense back conceding the run, basically. Joe Burke. He'll leave that same slider down and outside. Ben Wilcoxon stands at third. He singled, stole second, got to third on the ground out from Bean. Zaborowski trying to get out of the inning, stranding a runner 90 feet away. Make it 2 balls, no strikes to the 4-hitter Joe Burke. Former assistant coach for John Dombrowski and these Beavers this year. Led the USPBL with 8 home runs last season. Here's the 2-0. Wave and a miss.
Good spot right there. Trying to get back, Zaborowski trying to get back in the zone. Threw that sinker low and in on the corner of the strike zone.
2-1 from Zach. Swing and a miss. We're going even. Nice bounce back from Zaborowski. Just picked up yet another strikeout. 52 Ks on the year for Zach. Infield back straight up all the way around against Burke. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Make it 53 for Zach Zaborowski. Stranding a runner at third base. Keeps the score at 0s through 1. Head of the second inning. Mammoths and Beavers from Game 2 of our doubleheader alongside Jackson Bickers, Tom Cavanaugh, bringing you all the action from the last doubleheader from the USPBL in 2024.
Everyone has something that motivates them to do better. And for me, that's my daughter Shelby. I named Shelby Construction Services after her as a reminder to always run the company in a way that would make her proud. Our goal isn't just to get the job done, but to get it done right. And that means making sure every customer has a 5-star experience. I think how a company treats you is just as important as the finished product. My daughter wouldn't have it any other way.
Call 833-6-SHELBY. That's 833-6-SHELBY.
Nick Pastor will lead things off in the second. No score between the Mammoths and Beavers here on the USPBL network. Just 4 more meetings between these two after today's game. We have less than a month of baseball left before the playoffs kick off in the first week of September. Good first inning for Dyson Johnson. Picked up a strikeout and a couple of balls in the air.
Yeah, he really seemed to find his groove. Gave up that leadoff hit, but he started to figure it out.
Beavers in their white home pinstripe jerseys, navy blue block numbers on the back with the Beavers block lettering across the front with the blue numbers as well. Westside in their road blues. They got the gray sleeves, white numbers, and the Westside Woolly Mammoths logo script across the front. Nick Pastor swing and a miss. He was 1 for 3 back in Game 1. He was cut down by Ranko Stefanovic trying to steal a base in the 6th inning. 0-1 to him as a breaking ball in the dirt. Ranko's caught probably the last 4 or 5 games publicly for the Beavers, so good to see Aaron Dolney get behind the dish. Got to rest those legs for Ranko and really work a 2-man mix behind the dish, just like the Mammoths are, having Dodson catch in Game 2 for Beadle, who's just coming back off injury. Johnson's 2-1 pitch as he kicks and fires, swing and a miss. All tied up at 2.
Like you said, those catchers, those games, they wear down on you. If you're playing 3 or 4 games in a week and you catch 3 of those 4 or however many, if you're catching a lot, that takes a toll on your body. So it's nice to see him get a game off.
Especially in the heat, too. I mean, it's only 6 innings for these games, but a full 6 innings in the ball field, you're going to be dying after that first game. Here's a foul ball into the Beaver dugout.
Yeah, you're locked in every pitch. However many pitches that the pitchers are throwing, you're throwing that same amount right back to them. So that adds up. You're locked in, thinking about sequencing, thinking about a whole lot of things when you're behind the plate.
That's why I found it surprising that Dotson actually got on the bump in one game earlier this week, as he's a catcher. Bouncer to first. Burke tosses to Johnson. That's out number 1. Nice PFP there. Colby Seltzer will bat for the first time here in Game 2. 4 straight retired for Dyson Johnson. Smooth sailing for him.
Yeah, you really like to see that start. You know, you try to get to starting pitchers early. That's normally when they're at their weakest. But since he flew through that first and got the first out in the second, maybe he's settling in and he can have a great outing.
First pitch to Colby is a called strike. Lower outside corner. After Seltzer, it'll be Dotson, Beadle, Williams, Nelson, and Cedeno. Johnson flares the glove, squeezes it a tad as he goes through. They're going to check down to first. He definitely did not go 1-1. I love the old school Dyson Johnson flaring the glove, trying to mimic the pitch that he might be gripping in the glove. You don't see that too much anymore. Foul ball off of Dolney, make it 1 ball and 2 strikes.
No, you're right. You don't see that glove flare too much anymore, but that can kind of mess with the hitter. If you're like too much busy thinking about what pitch is coming next, if you're not locked into seeing one pitch, that might run through your head like, oh, is he mixing? Is it going to be a curveball? Is it going to be a slider? What's he throwing?
Sometimes guys will actually read the throwing hand, the forearm, and see if there's a muscle flexing in the forearm as they are set up at the front. Because if they see that forearm flex a little bit, they know the pitcher's trying to grip something a little special and working a little harder to get a grip on that baseball, and they know an off-speed pitch is likely coming. The 2-2. Outside, Dolney did all he could to try to bring that back. We're going to push to full with 1 out here in the second inning. No score, Mammoths and Beavers from Game 2 of our final doubleheader this year. Ball 4. Slider does not hit the mark. Other batter's box. And the first base runner for the Mammoths comes to Colby Seltzer.
Yeah, great at bat right there. Worked the count, worked it deep, saw a lot of pitches, and got on base. He got rewarded for that quality at bat.
Hank Dotson will get his first at bat of Game 2. Couple of strikeouts in Game 1. He was 0 for 3. Another pitch missed from Dyson Johnson, down and away. Seltzer, not too much of a base-stealing threat, but when he goes, he gets there. 4 for 4 on the year. There's the 1-0. Outside again. Johnson just kind of pulling across his body right now, missing outside to right-handed hitters.
Yeah, he's primarily been missing away, whether it's a fastball or his off-speed pitches. Yeah, just kind of pulling off, maybe falling off to that side of the mound. Let's see if he can get back in the strike zone.
2-0 to Dotson, up above the shoulders. Make it 3-0. And in jeopardy of walking back-to-back hitters early on.
Can't let the first 2 guys get on with nobody out, especially walks. Got to get back in the strike zone.
4-pitch walk to Hank Dotson, and it's back-to-back base on balls. 2 aboard with 1 out. Zach Beadle comes to the dish.
This is a big opportunity for the Mammoths and Zach Beadle. A chance to do some damage here in this game. Strike first, get out to that early lead.
Johnson didn't have a jam to work out of pretty much all day long his last outing. The most batters that he faced in one frame back against the Hoppers was 4. Only gave up 1 hit in 5 innings. There's a swing and a miss from Zach Beadle. 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout back in Game 1.
It's a good job, though, to get back in the strike zone. 4 straight balls on that last batter, and he was able to get back in for strike 1 right there.
Johnson from the stretch checks the runner. Seltzer, the 0-1. Swing and a miss again. Fastball at 89 at the top of the zone.
Good location there. He's been throwing that slider a lot, so that high fastball, that could set up that slider on the outer half low and away. Think it's a fastball high, give up on it, breaks right in there.
Shade is also starting to cover up the entire left side of our ball field. Streaks of shadows in center and right. The 0-2, down and away. It's a good waste pitch right there, as you called.
Yeah, gets him out looking that way. Stayed with the heater. Probably off-speed pitch coming back here, but we'll see what happens.
Johnson has walked the last 2 batters he has faced. He's got a 1-2 count on Beetle. Breaking pitch at the chin.
There it was. Just couldn't find the release point properly right there. Just left it up, released it a little too high. Got to get down, got to get through that ball and let it get into the strike zone.
20 double plays turned this season by that Beaver infield. They'd love one right now. The count moves to 3-2. Nice work from Beetle to lay off a few borderline pitches. That one not too far upstairs.
Yeah, another quality at-bat from one of the Mammoths here in this inning.
There goes Seltzer for third base, but it's ball 4 high and inside. Dolney wanted to throw down, but it doesn't matter. Bases are loaded for the Mammoths after 3 straight walks.
Yeah, another quality at bat, and he gets rewarded for it. And now you got Dre Williams-Nelson coming up with the bases loaded, a chance to do some damage here.
Dyson walked 3 in his 5 1/3 innings on 1 hit last time. Gonna have a conversation on the mound right now with Dyson. Just a little bit of a command issue for the right-hander out of Winthrop University. And he faces Dre Williams-Nelson, who was 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly out. But you hit something hard and find a hole here. Doesn't need to get through the infield because Dre can move it. You could give yourself an early 1-0 lead. I know that the Beavers are really nice at turning double plays around the horn and up the middle. But Dre runs well, so should leg it out wherever he puts it on the field. First pitch from Johnson. Way high.
Like you said, just got to put it in play. Or even a fly out deep to the outfield, just you can't pop it up or anything like any pop-ups, anything like that. Just put it in play. Good contact.
Dre's got 1 sack fly on the year.
All right, Tigers, tie game.
Looking at a 2-0 count now. Johnson unable to find the strike zone after getting ahead of Zach Beetle 1-2.
Yeah, and he find the strike zone early. 1, 2, 3 in the first. Just kind of struggled after getting that first out here in the second.
Dre Williams-Nelson 0 for 5 with the bases loaded, trying to break that streak as he fouls it back 2-1. Jose Cedeno waits on deck. He had a home run last game. He was 1 for 2. Johnson through the windup. 2-1 pitch is on the way. Does it catch the corner? No. Dolney had a pretty nice frame there, but because of the recoil of the glove, it was not a called strike.
Yeah, you could see he just kind of reached out a little out of his frame, out of his body's frame to make that catch. And, you know, that's normally what the umpire looks for. If you're not reaching out of your frame and you can stick that ball, you're going to get the strike call.
3-1, do-or-die pitch for Dyson Johnson. That one's way outside. 4 straight walks for Johnson and the Beavers. That leads to a 1-0 Mammoth lead here in the second.
And it's not going to get any easier here. Jose Cedeno, not your normal 9-hitter that you might catch at the bottom of the lineup where you think you got a free out. He can do some damage, as we saw in Game 1.
So Dre will get an RBI there. 13 on the year for him. Cedeno solo shot his first at-bat in Game 1. Took Greg Lokinen way back in right field. This is going to get out of the glove of Dolney, holding up Dodson. Everybody's going to have to run back. Down back to second is Beetle. They throw to him. He's safe. Williams-Nelson is safe. But Dodson, about halfway down the line, put the brakes on, and everybody else had to retreat.
We had a traffic jam at third base. Dodson trying to run back. He got the man on second coming to third. I think Dodson could have gotten there if he would have fully went out for it, but he wasn't sure about it. Tried to play it safe.
It's a tough angle to look at right there. It's also not a ton of space behind home plate. We see a lot of times those wild pitches actually ricochet all the way back to home plate. depending on if it's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball that avoids everything and hits the padding. Cedeno standing with a 1-1 count. Ground ball to first base. Burke fields. He's going to look at second, instead touch first for the guaranteed out. 2 gone. RBI ground out from Cedeno makes it 2-0 Westside.
It does the job. Just put the ball in play, get a run in. Sacrifice the out to get that run. That was a great unselfish job by Cedeno.
Credit the speed of Dre Williams-Nelson. Burke took one look down at second, and Dre was much too close to second base for them to even attempt for 2.
Yeah, you got to get at least 1 out on that play. He took the safe option. Dre Williams-Nelson does run very well, so he was probably going to be there anyways.
Second and third, 2 outs for the leadoff man, Jake Walker. Strike called, lower outside corner. 4 walks in a row have led to 2 runs here in the second. Very uncharacteristic for Dyson Johnson, who was exceptional his last 2 times out. Pulls it across again, 1-1. A little bit of action in the Beaver bullpen at the moment. Looks like Andrew Verbrugge, former Hillsdale College ball player. He's out there getting warm. Nearly hits Walker, 2-1.
Yeah, with these shorter games, you can't let too many runs get put on the board. You can't let this game get away from you, especially already in the second. If he gives up hit, it's 4-0. You might have to make the change to try and keep the Beavers in this ball game.
Mammoths trying to add a few more. Swing and a miss from Walker. He's going to take a trip around the box and calls time. Sometimes you just need that reset after a swing where you're way out in front or off pace.
Got to put it behind you. Got to mentally reset. Get that out of your brain. Focus on the next pitch.
Fox Liam would be next. Johnson looking to get out of the jam right now. The 2-2. High and inside. Full count to Jake Walker, who lined out to left field his last time. Soft liner in the left center gap.
I do like that sequence, so even though it was a ball, he threw that off-speed pitch on the outer half. Doesn't want him to be leaning out there, so he backs him off the plate. I'd expect him to go back out there, outside.
3-2 on the way. Almost hits Walker again. Coming to the plate is Beadle. He scores. First base was open, so that ball 4 does not score Beadle, but the wild pitch does. 3-0 Mammoths. Walker will chug on down to first. That's 5 walks in the second inning for Dyson.
Yeah, he's just really struggling, and some of these walks, he's missing by a lot. Some of these pitches are not that close, just getting a little wild. It's unfortunate, but he's got to lock it in here, get out of this inning.
Williams-Nelson moves down onto third base. Beadle was not wasting any time. Walker takes off for second on the first pitch. Dolney fakes the throw and looks down at Dre. Second and third, and a 1-0 count on Fox Liam. Johnson just does not have the control that we're used to seeing his last couple outings. 17 strikeouts in his last 9 innings of work. He now just has 1 strikeout and 5 walks, through an inning and 2/3.
And Fox Liam's not one who's going to chase. He's okay with taking his walks, putting together good at-bats. He leads the league in walks.
Head coach John Dombrowski out to the mound. There could be a change right here as the infield will converge on the mound. And if it is the end of the day, you just got to wipe it away and move on to your next start if you're Dyson Johnson.
Yeah, he got a long last month here in the USPBL season. He's just got to bounce back from this one.
Johnson walks 5 in the inning. Gives up 3 runs. The Mammoths have the advantage in the second with second and third and 2 outs. We're going to take a break as Andrew Verbrugge will enter the fold and toe the slab. 3-0 Mammoths on the USPBL network over the Beavers.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
Andrew Verbrugge making his 20th appearance. He's in a tough spot. Second and third, 2 outs, looking to shut the door and be the stopper through the middle frames.
Yeah, not an easy job to get brought into, but 29 2/3 innings, his 20th appearance of the year, 5.76 ERA. Not a bad strikeout to walk ratio, 36-25, but he can walk a few people, so he needs to be throwing strikes here.
Verbrugge out of Hillsdale College spent 2017 to 2021 over there. He's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. So hometown kid being called on early in Game 2 of a doubleheader. Fox Liam has a 2-0 count on him. Instead of letting Dyson Johnson finish up that last batter, head coach Dombrowski said, we're going to cut our losses here and move on to the next arm.
Yeah, you just can't get too far behind in these doubleheader games. Already 3-0. You don't want to walk another guy and then get another hit or something and then more runs score, and this game gets out of hand quickly.
And it was the tale of 2 innings for Dyson Johnson. Sat down the Mammoths 1-2-3 with a strikeout in the first, and then walks 4 of the next 5 batters that he faces. That was to open up the second, and that's where we stand right now. Fox Liam 2-0 count. Verbrugge, he's already behind. And here's a ball that gets away from Dolney. Williams Nelson will slide and score 4-0. And the first pitch for Verbrugge leads to a run.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Got by the catcher there. It didn't look like the worst pitch, but maybe got crossed up. Just barely get a glove on it.
Actually nearly caught the zone, says our TrackMan stats. So that's likely a pass ball on Aaron. Verbrugge now working 3-0 to Fox Liam. The bases are not clear yet as Walker stands at third. Ball 4, another walk for Fox Liam. And Dyson Johnson finishes the day an inning and 2/3 of work, 0 hits, 3 runs, 5 walks. That right there was walk number 6 this inning for Beaver pitching.
Yeah, they're just making it too easy on the Mammoths. They don't even got to work. They're just being disciplined, sitting back, watching pitches, getting on base. Got to make them work. Got to make them beat you, not yourself.
First and third, 2 gone. Fleming, huge swing, 0-1.
He wanted to make this 7-0 with that swing.
Oh, yeah. That pitch a little bit higher towards the knees, and he might have done it. Here's the 0-1. Line drive right center field. Could this be the first hit for Westside? It is. RBI opposite field swing for Drew Fleming makes it 5-0. Mammoths here in the second inning.
Very similar to his RBI hit in the first game. Hit it right center field, got it on the hands, but just muscled it out there, flipped it out there for a nice hit.
Nick Pastor, who led off the inning, will bat for the second time. 9 full hitters to the plate, and that was the first hit from the Mammoths. Breaking ball, a little bit low and inside for ball 1.
5 hits, 5 runs, 1 hit. 1 strike throw.
Nick Pastor launches one out to right field. Back goes Ruiz. He looks up. It's out of the concourse. Right center field. Nick Pastor, a 3-run jack, and the Mammoths are running away with this one.
Got behind in the count, gave him a curveball that just got way too much of the plate, and he did not miss it. Send it out there to right center field, make this a 7-0 ball game.
What a swing from Nick, his second home run of the year. RBIs 14, 15, and 16. That was onto the concert patio in right center field. Nice swing, wow. That'll bring up Colby Seltzer. He takes ball 1. An offensive onslaught here from the Mammoths helped out by 5 walks from the Beavers. Slider down and away from Verbrugge, make it 2-0 to Colby. He walked and scored earlier this inning. (2-0) bounces up. Beavers looking for that elusive third out.
Beavers just got to get out of this inning, trying to limit the damage. It's already happened, but trying to just keep it where it's at. Can't add on to it.
Seltzer takes the 3-0 just a bit outside. It's another walk, number 7 for the Beavers in this inning. Second time Colby has walked in this frame. Nick Pastor comes up with the 3-run jack after Drew Fleming recorded the very first hit of the ball game, 4 runs in. Here's Dotson. He walked and scored as well. We can say that for the next 3 hitters. Dotson, Beadle, and Williams-Nelson.
I can't say I've seen many times where 8 runs are scored in an inning and only 2 hits.
Right. That one misses as well, 1-1. Strike called. Dotson down on the count. Something funny about these Mammoths. Whenever they play a doubleheader on Saturday, not always, but sometimes they'll lose game 1. But almost every single time in game 2, they come out firing in the first couple innings. Hank Dotson swings and misses for the final out of the second. 8 runs on 2 hits for the Mammoths. 6 walks from Beaver pitching lead to a ton of that. Beavers in a big hole. We go to the bottom of the second inning. You're watching USPBL baseball from Game 2 of our doubleheader.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
For the past 35 years, Bell's Brewery has been inspired to brew beers that you can count on. Just not for taste, but for quality. From Two Hearted Ale to Oberon to new classics, the official Hazy IPA, or the easy drinking Golden Ale and No Yeah. Bell's has brewed inspired beers since 1985. Bell's Brewery in Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. And Zach Zeborowski coming in for his second inning of work. A pair of strikeouts in the first. He did give up a hit, but quite the lead that he has, quite a cushion that he can pitch with here through the next few innings.
Yeah, he's got to be very comfortable going out there with that 8-0 lead. You know, the biggest thing you can do when you have a great inning like that is you come back out and shut the other team down. That'll really break the backs of the Beavers.
First pitch to Ray Hilbrick is outside for a ball.
Also something to look at is he sat down for a while. He was in that dugout. He hasn't thrown a pitch in probably 20, 30 minutes. So we'll see how he gets back out there and back into that groove.
It's a good point. You'll see some guys actually try and throw. Here's a floater to left field over the glove of Seltzer for a single. Good start for Beaver hitting in the second inning. Second knock of the ball game. Leadoff man is aboard in Hilbrick. But some guys will actually stand up and throw just to keep their arm a little bit hot when they're sitting for 25, 30 minutes at a time if their team's going off on offense. Chase Rodriguez, need I say more?
This is the guy who hit the 2 homers yesterday, or last game? Yeah.
Down and away on the first pitch to Chase. 2 more home runs today. 6 total in 14 games. That's a hot streak, and he just entered into the USPBL this year. 1-0, big swing and a miss. Here's a look back at the second inning of Game 1. Absolute bomb to right field. Fleming nearly took it away. It's a tap foul.
Yeah, this would be a big first out here. You can't let Rodriguez beat you. Anybody else in this Beavers lineup, you gotta, if you need to, pitch around Rodriguez, but you can't let him beat you back-to-back games.
Definitely not. With his swing and the way the ball is flying off his bat, it's almost automatic at this point. Hilbrick stands at first. He led off with a single. 8-0 Mammoths. They scored all those runs on just 2 hits last inning. That misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hilbrick can steal a base. He's 12 for 12 this year, but they're going to need a lot more than just him. Ray's taken off. Rodriguez screams one, fouled on the first baseline. It's just every time he makes contact, that ball's ripped. 94 off the bat right there.
You can just see it when it comes off his bat, and the sound. The sound when it comes off his bat is just, different than some people.
Taps that front foot. Pretty closed stance as he wags the bat over the left shoulder. Small lead now for Hilbrick at first. 2-2, swing and a miss. Well done from Zach Zaborowski to strike out the hottest hitter in the USPBL.
Yeah, that was great location on the outer half. Not going to do any damage with that pitch. Got ahead, too, 1-2 in that bat, and Rodriguez was out there leaning for that ball.
And Chase worked through that at-bat very well. Zaborowski just won the battle at the end, bearing down with that final pitch. Christian Ortega will get his first at-bat of the afternoon. Did not play in Game 1. Vasily Kaludis was over at third. Ortega, your 2024 Home Run Derby champion, just hit his 4th home run last week against the Hoppers. There's an opposite field bomb for him. Quick pick to Hilbrick. He's in safe. Kind of piggyback off your point, Jackson. If you're able to, you give up the leadoff single, but sit down the rest of the bottom half of this Beaver lineup. It kind of flushes the confidence right down the drain. 8-0 is a steep, deficit to get back on. But if you chip away with a few every inning, it starts to feel a little bit more manageable.
And it keeps the momentum with your team. It doesn't give them hope, doesn't get that energy back in that Beaver dugout. You just put them away.
Here's the 0-2. Fly ball left center field. Christian Ortega just hit number 5. We said chip away, and Christian's doing just that. 2-run blast out to left center field.
And that'll put the energy right back into a dugout. Pitch that just got way too much of the plate. Ortega turned on it, and that's why he's the Home Run Derby champ. He sends that one out to left, and it's not coming back.
We saw 4 home runs in Game 1. That was the second of this game. I'm sorry. What a swing from Christian Ortega. 8-2 is your score. Aaron Dolney comes to the dish. First pitch to Aaron in the dirt. 1-0. Dolney and then Ruiz will finish out this Beaver lineup. Getting a few back, the Beavers. Looking to chip away at this huge deficit. Make it 1 ball and 1 strike on that foul tip. The man out of Plymouth, Michigan is Aaron Dolney. Played college at 4 different universities. One of them a community college. He lines one to right field in the gap. Fleming turning. Did he make the catch? Yes, he did. Drew Fleming, all of 6-6, snags extra bases away from Dolney for out number 2. How about it?
What an incredible play. Almost made that home run robbery in game 1. Right here, gets a great jump off the bat and leaps up, makes the catch to steal extra bases away from Dolney.
You saw a hat and his sunglasses fly. Stuff was flaring all over the place. Had to make sure he came down with that. Shout out Dre Williams-Nelson for putting his hands up to celebrate, helping out for me making the call. Oh, what a play from Drew Fleming. And that would have continued the inning for these Beavers that, I mean, they've been hitting the ball better than anybody else in the entire league, and it's not really close. Zaborowski loves it, so does Seltzer. So if you're able to limit the damage, especially on a play like that, that's huge. And Ruiz cracks one into left field for a single. Bottom half of this Beaver lineup coming through with some hard swings. This one finds green.
A couple hard hit balls in a row. Zaborowski, just some of those pitchers just catching a little too much of the plate early in counts. And these Beavers hitters, like you said, have been so hot, they're taking advantage of it.
Back to the top, and Ben Wilcoxon singled, stole second base his first time. That was also last inning. Both teams have gone through their lineup once in less than 2 innings. 0-1. Wilcoxon turns out of the way, 1-1. That breaking pitch at 84 just missed. Zaborowski, a quiet first inning from those Beaver hitters. 2 strikeouts, just 1 hit from this man. And then here in the second, Birmingham has unloaded. Hilbrick, Ortega, and Ruiz all with hits. Dolney should have had a double, but Fleming had other ideas. Make it 1-2.
Good spot on the outer half, and great frame by Dodson. Caught it, stuck it, brought it back into the zone, and stole a strike.
And working that glove back into the zone, upwards and into the plate. That's the money right there. Wilcoxon out of Lexington, Kentucky. Played college baseball at Kentucky Wesleyan. Looking at the 1-2. Just below the knees. Nice job from Dotson.
Another good spot, another good frame. Just didn't get the call there, but great location from Zaborowski.
Now it's the Mammoths looking to get out of an inning after giving up 2 runs on 3 hits. 2-2, tap fouled on the third base line. If there's anything about these Beavers, they're going to continue to fight. They were down 8-4 against these in a game earlier this week. Joe Burke had a big swing to drive in 2, make the game 8-7 in the bottom of the 9th, and Vasily Kaludis with a walk-off grand slam. Dotson blocks it up. We're going to push to a full count.
Yeah, these Beavers, they're gritty. They're always fighting. And they're not going to give up games, and not even at bats either. You see these constant 2-strike counts where they're fouling pitches off, and making the pitcher come to them, and then they get rewarded with a hit or a walk.
3-2, runner on the move. Wilcoxon flies one out to right field. Back goes Fleming, now takes a step in, and he'll put that in his back pocket for out number 3. Throws it to the crowd. Christian Ortega, your 2024 Home Run Derby champion, goes yard. His 5th of the year puts the Beavers on the board. It's 8-2 after 2 innings of play. We go to the 3rd here on the USPBL Network.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer. Anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Let's see if these Beavers can have a bounce-back inning. We enter the top of the third, an 8-2 lead for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Alongside Jackson Bickers, I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the USPBL Network. Verbrugge came in late, walked a couple, gave up a 3-run shot to Nick Pastor. Got to find a way to kind of stymie this Mammoth offense, they just took advantage. 6 walks coupled with a hit from Fleming and a long ball from Pastor.
Yeah, if you're Verbrugge, you got to come out and just throw strikes, pound that strike zone. They only had 1-2 hits. One mistake led to the home run.
Zach Beadle will lead things off in the third. Walked and scored back last inning, 1-0. He was one of 6 Mammoths to walk. 5 of them scored.
I wish Jeremiah did leave. I could use his help.
Strike called. 7 walks in that inning. 6 came to score and 1 was stranded. So 6 of the 8 runs that came in off the walk. Swing and a miss. Beadle down 1-2.
That was a good spot right there from Verbrugge. Curveball on the outer half, just Beadle too far out in front on that pitch.
That's a pitch he's going to take time on. Regroup. Verbrugge, when he's in a groove, and I guess when he gets this inning to start clean, could be a little bit different for him. He's been missing a lot right there with that slider down in the dirt on the opposite side of the plate. Full count to the leadoff man here in the third. Beadle caught game 1. He's the DH in game 2. One of his signature moments in the USPBL, a grand slam in the All-Star game this year, and Verbrugge loses him. 8th walk for Beaver pitching.
Yeah, those walks come back to hurt you, especially leadoff walks. When that first runner of the inning gets on, it just kind of changes the whole feel of that inning. You know, the pitcher's confidence and the fielders behind him, it just kind of changes the whole feel.
Walk and an RBI for Dre Williams-Nelson. He got the Mammoths on the board for their very first run. Strike called. Nice pitch from Verbrugge. 20 pitches now for Andrew in relief. Entered the game for Dyson Johnson, who went just an inning and 2/3. Dre fouls it back to the screen, straight back 0-2. Walked with the bases loaded to give Westside a 1-0 lead, and then the wheels fell off after that. Cedeno, he had an RBI ground out, followed by 2 straight walks to Walker and Liam. Fleming singled to drive in a run, and Nick Pastor made them all pay with a home run onto the concert stage in right center. A little bit high, 1-2. And for both sides right now, it's just about throwing strikes for the Beavers. I mean, you got to throw those strikes to just stop the narrative of how many walks you've had early in the game. And for Westside, see if you can trade runs for outs right now. I know you're only up by 6 runs. That's still a decent margin. But if you're able to throw strikes, at some point, hitters are going to get themselves out, considering if you go 3 for 10, that's a good day. Breaking ball, strike 3 called. Dre Williams-Nelson is rung up with a front door slider.
And just like you said, got to throw strikes, and quality strikes specifically, just like that pitch. Not strikes over the heart of the plate, on the outer half, on the inner half, up in the top of the zone. Got to be quality strikes, because then you get hurt, and that was a quality strike right there.
Yeah, it was. Perfect spot. Nothing Williams-Nelson can do right there. 1 out runner at first base for Jose Cedeno. RBI ground out his first time. Takes a strike on the lower outside corner. 12 hitters came to the plate in the second inning. Verbrugge trying to stop the bleeding here and put up a 0. That's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. Cedeno doesn't love the call. Just a tad bit off the plate, but Dolney brought it back.
Yeah, but a great spot by Verbrugge. Now he can try and see how far off the plate will the umpire go.
That's exactly what he does. Misses way outside this time. But you're right. Try it again. If you're going to get that spot a little bit off the plate, go right back to it. Cedeno waiting on the 1-2 pitch. He yanks it fouled on the first base line.
And that's the whole job of a catcher, to learn the umpire strike zone. You know, get a pitch on the outer half, go a little farther, see how far he's willing to go to call that a strike.
Verbrugge works third base side of the rubber, sets. The 1-2 is cut on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Andrew Verbrugge and the Beavers, putting them in a better situation than last inning.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they're in competitive at-bats right now. He's throwing strikes, not losing them, not going 3-0, 3-1, not falling behind, being competitive in these at-bats, and it's working out for him and kind of settling the Beavers down a little bit.
And being able to execute against the bottom 2 hitters in the lineup, that's something you got to do, especially when you're in a big deficit. Jake Walker, he'll take ball 1 at the feet. Flied out and walked. Came to score on that walk. There's a nasty breaking ball set in the outside corner, 1-1. And that kind of just buckled Walker right there.
Yeah, he's starting to feel that pitch, you know, front door to righties, back door to lefties. He's kind of finding both sides of the plate.
High and outside, 2-1. Jake Walker played over at Purdue Fort Wayne. He hails from Lafayette, Indiana. 2-1. Huge swing and a miss at another slider that misses the bat. Walker, 22 years old, standing 5'9", 170. His first couple years played at Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois. Taking off for second, Beadle. Swinging a foul ball that gets a piece of Dolney. He's back to his feet, and we'll do the 2-2 one more time.
Yeah, like you said, back to his feet. Glad he's okay, because those ones hurt. When you're behind the plate, no matter where it gets you, those are the ones that sting.
Just kind of ricocheted, bounced up. We saw yesterday Whit Hughes take a couple shots. Ronco earlier this week had a few. And Luis Aviles, he was caught on the hand last week, keeping it right on his lap in front. It just fouled and hit him right in the knuckles. 2s are wild for Jake Walker. The pitch from Verbrugge, swinging a line drive center field. Rodriguez to his left makes the catch for out number 3. Much better inning for the Beavers, and Verbrugge pitches around a leadoff walk to Zach Beadle. That's the 5th third bank, 5th third out of the ball game. Big shout out to JJ, who's taking game 2 off. He's up here in the press box with us, presented by Michigan First Credit Union. JJ can't do all the work all the time, so he put in his work in the hot weather in game 1, gets to relax in game 2.
Yeah, had a hard day running around, helping everybody out, you know, just being great around the ballpark, so he gets a little time to relax, you know, get a treat, sit back, and be in the air conditioning.
8-2 Mammoths. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Zach Zeborowski back on the mound for Westside.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
2, 3, 4 hitters for the Beavers trying to make a comeback. Alongside Jackson Bickers, Tom Cavanaugh from the USPBL Network. We enter the bottom of the third inning in a 6-inning bout. Birmingham trailing by 6, but they're out hitting Westside 4-2. Bean takes ball 1. That's something you never really see, especially, you mentioned it a few innings ago, Jackson, 8 runs on just 2 hits.
It's almost unheard of, really. I can't say I've ever seen it before.
Huge hack from Bean makes it 1-1. Zaborowski approaching 50 pitches, should get there by the end of the inning. No movement in the bullpen for Westside, although Julian Pichardo was warming up for the Beavers. Here's a pop-up from Bean at first base. Foul territory. Liam makes the catch as he camps underneath. Good start from Zaborowski. It was a leadoff single in the second from Hilbrick. Christian Ortega knocked him in with a 2-run shot. You got to get that leadoff man out. That's the first time today that Zaborowski's been able to do that.
Yeah, getting that leadoff man out is so important. That when that first guy gets on, it just throws off everything. It gets the pitcher in the stretch, and he's not. Sometimes pitchers aren't the most comfortable out of the stretch. They're much more comfortable in the windup.
It's also vice versa too, because some guys will traditionally only throw from that stretch position we're seeing from Zach. It's just different depending on the guy. But you're right. I mean, sometimes all the moving parts, like Lokinen going over the head, moving this foot to the side, kicking the slab. Here's a strike 0-2. It's just all about preference for a lot of these guys. And a big shout out to head coach Justin Karn of the Mammoths and Matt Cripsey, both guys that work super well at developing our players throughout the year. Fastball rides high and in, 1-2.
And like you said, in this 8-2 game, you don't want leadoff guys on, especially when you have the lead. You want to just settle in. Don't let them chip away. Don't let them try and get back into this ball game. And getting that leadoff guy out is very important to that.
1-2 to Piotrowski, sent up the middle into center field. 1 out, base hit. Good swing from Matt after striking out his last time. Good bounce back. Piotrowski's making his case for batting title. 33 hits now on the season. 34 hits, I'm sorry. It's really him and Hilbrick at the top, and Hilbrick won it last year. He's at 33 as Ray. Joe Burke looks at a strike on the lower outside corner. He struck out swinging his last time against Zaborowski. Count evens. That one down and outside. Burke, back in game 1, he was 0 for 3, reached on an error. He struck out twice today between the 2 games. Dodson turns the glove over, keeps it in front, 2-1.
Yeah, you say keep it in front. That's a good stop there, especially with this lead. You can't be letting guys advance on things that are not hits or balls in play. So stopping those balls that are in the dirt is going to be huge.
And Hank's not going to play nonchalant with a 6-run lead. He's going to continue to keep that glove down in the dirt, not let it past him. Here's a ground ball to third. Walker around the horn to second. Williams, Nelson fires to first, but Liam dropped the baseball.
Yeah, just didn't squeeze it over there. Great turn over there from third to second. Dre Williams-Nelson did a great job of getting rid of that ball quickly from second base. Just Fox Liam couldn't hold on to it.
That was a bullet from Dre. I don't think I've seen him throw the ball that hard. I mean, absolute laser beam. Might have caught Liam by surprise. That's why he didn't catch it. Would have been a clutch 12th double play of the season for Westside. They do not convert. Burke is aboard with 2 outs. Hilbrick taps the first pitch foul on the first baseline. He singled and scored on the Ortega homer last inning. It's 2 Beavers at the top when it comes to league leaders in hits. Hilbrick and Piotrowski. The next closest is Ben Ferguson of the Hoppers with 29. Quickly, 0-2 to Hilbrick.
Good spot right there in the outer half. Zaborowski's really liked sitting on that outer half of the strike zone where this ump is letting him get that outside corner.
Hilbrick, 6 foot 190, 24-year-old, played at Purdue Northwest. Lines went down the left field line, way foul. Spent 5 years at Purdue Northwest, spanning from 19 to 23. Schurerville, Indiana. He hails from. I hope I'm saying that right. Oh, too high and outside. Mammoths are sticking with Zaborowski as they should be, only allowing 5 hits on 2 runs. But I think they dip into that bullpen sometime today, going to Jacob Meyer or Connor Tomasic. Hilbrick, another foul ball.
Yeah, with this lead, they'll probably try and get him to go as far as they can. You don't want to waste too many guys if you're up big. You don't want to waste all those arms. But, if this game starts getting a little tighter, I'd be interested to see how the Mammoths move after that.
Mammoths have played a ton this week. They had 2 non-public games. The 1-2 pitch is cut on and missed from Ray Hilbrick. That's the 4th strikeout of the night for Zach Zaborowski, and he puts a bow on the 3rd inning, shutting them down and stranding a runner. 8-2, we go to the 4th. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, where you've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you, because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much, because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
Andrew Verbrugge's day is done. Enter Julian Pichardo, the man out of Tampa, Florida, attending University of Fort Lauderdale. He's going to take the bump here in the middle innings, trying to put a stop to what the Mammoths did in the 8th inning. Verbrugge, a couple strikeouts in the 3rd. Nice job putting up a 0. Pichardo's got to follow that up.
Yeah, Pichardo's got to come in by putting some zeros up while he's out there. Now, it's his 17th appearance of the season, 32 1/3 innings pitched, 6.68 ERA, and 20 strikeouts to 17 walks. But he's got to put up some zeros here, especially to keep his team in the game, get that Beavers lineup that's been really hot a chance to get him back in it.
Yeah, that walk-to-strikeout ratio just a little closer than Pichardo and the Beavers would like. But you're right, it's paramount at the moment to continue to pound the zone and throw strikes. Because at some point, hitters are not going to go 6 for 6 with 10 RBIs. They're going to find a ground out. They're going to sky the ball in the air and pop it up. So if you continue to hammer the zone, good things should happen. Liam fouls off the first pitch. 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored today. Pichardo kind of tilted facing his third base side dugout. 1-1 on that 81-mile-an-hour pitch. Cutter, slider, 2-seamer, and a changeup in the arsenal for Julian. Fox Liam, line drive, right field. Does he have 2 on the day? Yes, he does. Fox Liam, way gone out of the berm in right center field. That was RBI number 18 and home run number 5.
Another pitch that just got too much of the play, and Fox Liam, he did not miss it. His 2nd home run of the day and another absolute bomb from him.
He's really been figuring that swing out. Earlier this year, he was finding a way on. His OBP was skyrocketing because of how many walks he had. Just very disciplined at the plate, and then once he figured out that swing, he's got that foot down in time with a ton behind it, and he watches that long ball fly. 9-2 Mammoths.
And that's a really dangerous combination. To be that disciplined and have that much power in that bat, it's dangerous.
Here's Drew Fleming, 1 for 2 with an RBI single. Fox Liam, baby. 2 bombs on the afternoon, tying Chase Rodriguez for the same count on the afternoon. 1-1. Fleming dodges out of the way there. And as soon as I say good things should happen when you throw it in the strike zone, Fox Liam sends one 380 feet to right field. Fleming could do the same. Tipped into the glove. You could hear him exhale from up here, 1-2.
Drew Fleming, he just big swings all the time from him, wants to do damage. Now he's got to shorten up a little bit with 2 strikes, protect.
Fleming with over 75 home runs in his last 2 college seasons at Concordia. That's out in Ann Arbor. Here's the 1-2. Spike pitch in the dirt. Nice stop from Dolney. Another pick. That one's in the dirt. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Fleming. Hey, is that number 8? That's Ronco behind the dish, ain't it? It looks like a number 8 to me. You guys let me know.
What's it supposed to be?
Dolney was 3. Fleming fights it away and stays alive. It looks that Ronco Stefanovic has entered behind the dish here in this 4th inning. So Dolney has been checked out of the game. Stefanovic is back.
He did take that foul ball earlier in the game off his body, so hopefully it's nothing like that and it's just a substitution, but I hope he's all right.
Full count pitch to Drew is high and inside for ball 4. Home run and a walk to start the night for Julian Pichardo on the mound, and the Mammoths continue to roll their lineup over. Nick Pastor, 3-run home run his last time. 4 homers on the day for Mammoth hitting, spanning the 2 games. Blocked up by Ronco, 1-0.
Yeah, the fans here at Jimmy John's Pillow definitely got in a show with all the home runs throughout these first 2 games. They have not been disappointed.
Likely going base to base here is Fleming on a single or any sort of a hit here from Pastor. Spiked fastball makes it 2-0.
And those spiked fastballs are really hard to stop behind the plate. When you're a catcher, those off-speed pitches, you're expecting them to be low. You're ready to, get down and block those balls. But those fastballs that are spiked into the dirt, those are not easy plays to make.
No, they skip on you. All that soft stuff can take a high bounce, and it's a little easier to block unless it bounces high over your shoulder. But you're right. I mean, that fastball does not lose a ton of velocity as it hits the dirt and skips in on you. 2-1 now to Pastor. 1 for 2 on the day with 3 RBIs coming from a deep home run to right center. It's a hot night. Ball's flying out. 3 balls and 1 strike now. Pichardo. A little bit of control issues after the home run from Liam. Just doesn't want to leave anything too good over the plate. Not to a team like Westside. Stefanovic set up on the outside corner. Here's the 3-1. Fleming fakes the steal, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, just lots of 3-ball counts, full count counts for this Beavers pitching staff in Game 2, and that's just a hard place to live. You got to be perfect in those situations. You're working back, got to throw strikes. Just a hard place to be.
3-2. Just a bit inside. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Julian Pichardo, and it's 2 aboard with nobody out. Westside continuing to stay disciplined at the plate. That pitch not missing by more than a half inch or so. But Pastor stands tall and takes his first walk of the day.
No, another great take and another quality at-bat coming from Westside.
Time is called for a moment. We will resume play as Seltzer steps in 0 for 0 with a pair of walks.
2 walks.
Pichardo got to fill up the zone here. Seltzer, a very dangerous bat, though, with 5 homers on the season.
Yeah, there's no easy outs in this Westside lineup. Everyone quality up to down. Got power, hit for average. They can do it all.
That's why they're the #1 team in the USPBL. Pretty much all year long they have been. It's ironic, the 4th best team in the Beavers, they've been playing the best baseball, hitting the ball all over the park. Minus that second inning in this game, they've been keeping the run total low. I would not want to play the Beavers or the Mammoths when it comes playoff time. But also the Hoppers and Unicorns, I wouldn't want to play them either. They're Hoppers, they hit the ball all over the ballpark, and the Unicorns are a scrappy team that just find a way to win no matter the score.
No, that's a great thing about the USPBL. You got 4 competitive teams, all with talent, all got a chance to win the championship at the end of the year. It makes it interesting.
2-1 to Seltzer. Line foul into the bullpen, just over top. Colby finally able to do some swinging here after back-to-back walks. Seltzer spent college baseball at a few different schools. Tarleton State in Texas, North Central Texas, that's a JUCO, and Hardin-Simmons, Division III in the Lone Star State. 2-2, swing and a miss. Pichardo gets him to chase for out number 1.
Good spot on the upper half of the zone. Got him a little tied up on that swing, up and in. Very great location right there from Pichardo.
That broke about 11 inches across the plate, so out of the hand of Pichardo to Seltzer, that looks like it's up high but down the middle, and that ball just started to kind of cut in towards the hands of the right-handed hitter, and he just didn't have time to hold up. Hank Dotson 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. 6 of the 9 batters for Westside have a walk and a run scored today. So if you hear me say that a lot, it's because it happened a ton in the second. Pichardo takes a look down at Fleming, the 1-0. Ronco's going to try to back pick to first. Nearly safe as Pastor. He almost got nabbed on the base path for the second time today.
Yeah, those back picks behind runners when they got another runner ahead of them, they can work a lot of the time, because if you're the runner on first base, you're not expecting them to be keeping an eye on you because there's a runner ahead of you. You're not going anywhere. But a great back pick there almost got him.
Yeah, Ronco threw someone out on that same play just 2 days ago. Dotson taps it foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hank. Quite a journey for Hank Dotson to get here. Head coach Taylor Jellikowski gave him a call when he was in San Diego. Made the trip from San Diego to his apartment in St. George, Utah, packed up all of his stuff, drove cross-country here to Utica, Michigan, and has settled in very nicely as one of the key catchers for the Mammoths. Pichardo looking for a big strikeout, second in a row, and he gets it. Fastball at 87, outer part of the zone, and it's back-to-back Ks with 2 on.
Another very well-located pitch on the outer half of the strike zone. Not in the middle, gets on the edge of the plate. It's a tough pitch to do anything with. You got to either foul it off or take it the other way.
It's hard to kind of gauge, if you haven't played baseball or you don't play it a ton, the ability to elevate the hands to that point and get that upper fastball, whether it's low 80s, high 80s, 90s, being able to just get your hands to that point and catch a little bit of wood on the bat, or wood on the baseball, it's very tough to do.
That's why hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do in sports. You got all these different shapes that these pitches are coming at, locations that you got to factor in, and the speed.
I agree with that. The 0-1 is a called strike to Beetle. He's down 0-2 quickly. Pair of walks for Zach today. I don't know. I saw a synchronized diving the other day from the Olympics, and it was 2 people that looked like 1. So, I mean, baseball and being able to perfect that, come on. I mean, that's got to be 1 and 2. It was crazy. It was a side view of 2 divers, and it looked like 1 singular person, and obviously they won gold. 1-2 on the way to Beetle, a little bit high. Pichardo mixing the off-speed well, and he's not falling to many full counts. Seltzer was 2-2. He took Pastor to a full count and walked him. But to Dotson, he was ahead of, and Beetle as well before that last pitch. Nice block from Ronco. We're going to go to full as I say it.
Yeah, another good stop behind the plate there from Stevanovic. Keeping the ball in front of you, not letting these runners advance.
Runners are on the move. 2 walks in the inning for Pichardo, including a leadoff solo home run from Fox Liam, his second, spanning the 2 games today. Pichardo tapping both feet as he comes set near the chin. 3-2. Ground ball to third base, picked up by Ortega. A couple of steps. Throw to first is low, but picked for out number 3. Pichardo gives up a solo shot to Fox Liam. The lead extends for the Mammoths 9-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. This is your home for USPBL baseball. We'll be right back.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Everyone has something that motivates them to do better. And for me, that's my daughter Shelby. I named Shelby Construction Services after her as a reminder to always run the company in a way that would make her proud. Our goal isn't just to get the job done, but to get it done right. And that means making sure every customer has a 5-star experience. I think how a company treats you is just as important as the finished product. My daughter wouldn't have it any other way.
Call 833-6-SHELBY. That's 833-6-SHELBY.
Bottom of the 4th inning and a 7-run advantage for the road team, Westside Woolly Mammoths, on a gorgeous Saturday night. Sun has begun to set. We have twilight moving in, and Chase Rodriguez will lead us off. 6, 7, 8 hitters. Alongside Jackson Bickers, Tom Cavanaugh here from the USPBL Network. First pitch to Chase, down and outside. Zach Zeborowski stays on the mound. Only hiccup was a 2-run homer from Christian Ortega back in the 2nd. Everything else has been good.
Yeah, he's been very good. Pitch count's getting a little up there. He's about to come on to his 60th pitch, but in these 6-inning games, you can kind of get extra length out of players, and I'll wonder to see if he's going to come out for the 5th or the 6th.
Next time these Mammoths will be in action in public to fans will be on August 8th. That's next Thursday against the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, 1 versus 2 matchup. And Rodriguez walks on 4 pitches. Not something we've seen from Zaborowski much today. He actually hadn't walked anybody coming into that at-bat, and it's a leadoff Chase Rodriguez base on balls.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world, though. Chase Rodriguez has done just an incredible amount of damage in these first 2 games, and in his time in the USPBL, so a walk, isn't the worst thing, especially with this big lead that they have.
I think partly on that 4-pitch walk was Zaborowski was thinking extra hard on where he wanted to put that pitch, or all 4 of those pitches, and he was probably pretty okay with walking him right there, considering what he's done. 3 out of the 4 innings today, the Beavers have had the leadoff man aboard. They've stranded 1 runner in each of the first 3 frames. Ortega looks at a ball outside and in the dirt.
I say walking Rodriguez was good, but then you got Christian Ortega coming up, who's already done some damage in this game with a runner on. Got to be careful here.
Liam extended the lead with a solo shot. So instead of 8-2, it's 9-2. Long way to go for the Beavers, but they still got time for it. Although they're down to their last 9 outs. Quick pick over to first. We'll be back in action tomorrow at 1:05 p.m. Unicorns and Hoppers go at it. 1-1, half-hearted swing. Ortega down on the count. Christian just hit his 5th of the year, 2nd in the last week and a half. He'll call time. This is the time of the year where these guys are right back in midseason form after taking off a little time after college ball finished up. They're playing their best baseball all around. I mean, you look at the number of strikeouts and the number of walks that we see early in this season, a lot higher from what we have now. I think the Unicorns yesterday went 5 full innings without a strikeout at the plate. So, I mean, completely different from their opening game where they struck out a dozen times. Ground ball to third, bobbled and by Walker. Nobody covering up third base. Chase Rodriguez heads up base running. He scurries into third. Walker let it get by him. Seltzer went to help him out, and nobody was at the bag.
Yeah, that ground ball just kind of handcuffed Walker. Let it get too close to his body. Didn't get it out in front, and just kind of hit off the edge of his glove, rolled into the outfield. Nobody was there to cover third.
First error of the day for Westside defense. Aaron Dolney, check that. It's Ranko Stefanovic hitting in the place of Dolney. Takes a fastball high and inside. Ranko in game 1. He was 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the 5th. Struck out swinging back in the 2nd inning. Getting his first at-bat here in game 2. Looks at a strike on the outside corner, evened up. Ranko's been swinging a ton better lately. He threw out a runner at second base in Nick Pastor. His defensive prowess and the hitting together have made him one of the best catchers in the league.
Yeah, defense is the most important thing when you're looking for a catcher, and if they can hit a little bit on top of that, that's a great piece to have.
Big swing and a miss. Great pitch from Zaborowski, sends it to 1-2. You know, if you can have a guy with toughness, too. I mean, look at what James McCann did playing all 9 innings the other day for Baltimore after taking a fastball off the face.
Can't say I've ever seen anything like that. The fact that he was able to get through that whole game catching is unbelievable.
And then he did media after. He did post-game interviews with a swollen face. That was wild. 2-2 now to Ranko. And Ranko's a great guy, too. Every time I see him on the ball field pregame, got a huge smile on his face, just so happy and appreciative to be here. Love that from all of the players in this league. 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. He went chasing. Clutch strikeout for Zaborowski. Gets the first out here in the 4th inning, I'm sorry.
Like you said, clutch strikeout there. Getting that first out is huge. You got the double play and play. You can get out of this inning without giving up any damage, with holding on to that lead and, you know, sustaining this very good game the Mammoths are having.
Runner still on the corners. Pablo Ruiz, the final batter in this lineup for Birmingham, and that's a seatbelt. He jumped out of the way as that pitch hung back in for a strike. Another cut and a miss, went down low to grab that one. 0-2 to Pablo, who singled his first time.
Yeah, that off-speed pitch is really working out for Zaborowski. Got the last strikeout swinging on that pitch, and now froze Ruiz on the first pitch, and then got him swinging on that one a little off the plate.
1 out, infield, middle infield for the West Side, up the middle. 0-2 pitch, line, drive, left field again. That's a single for Ruiz. Coming in to score is Rodriguez. And it's a 9-3 ball game. RBI from Pablo Ruiz. That was his 6th of the year.
0-2 pitch just caught a little bit too much of the plate. Too good of a pitch on 0-2. Another off-speed pitch. Caught the plate, took it the other way, got out in front, and a big hit.
Roped one last time for a single. This time just kind of floats it out there in the left center gap. All the same, scores a run. Beavers trying to complete what would be an incredible comeback. Wilcoxon pulls it to third. Walker touches the bag. Throw to first is on a bounce and in time. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Zaborowski and the West Side defense. Their 12th double play of the season. It goes Walker to Liam for 2. Wilcoxon bounces out. We've played 4 innings. Beavers grab a run back on the Ruiz single, 9-3. We go to the 5th on the USPBL network.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and recenter life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Top 5. Big lead currently for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. They're looking to tack on a few more. And a new pitcher, third man out of the bullpen, Jacob Pennington, enters the ball game for Birmingham.
Yeah, he's thrown 22 in a third innings this year at 8.46 ERA, a good strikeout to ball ratio, 26 strikeouts, only 8 walks through those 22 innings pitched.
He does not walk many people at all. Pennington played a ton of baseball over at Murray State, played with Ethan Kreisen, and also Ben Kreisen, who spent a year over at Murray State before transferring to Florida A&M University. It's Pennington here that's going to be tasked with keeping the run total at 9 for these Mammoths. Anything farther, and with just 6 outs to play with, it's going to be, a miracle comeback for these guys. But also the Beavers have been hitting better than any team, so who really knows?
Yeah, it'd be a very tall task. Pennington, he doesn't walk a lot of people. He needs to continue that. The Beavers this game have really struggled, falling behind in counts, walking batters, so he needs to pound the strike zone.
Pichardo gave up a solo shot last inning to Liam. Verbrugge put up a scoreless frame in the third. And Dyson Johnson gave up 6 of the 8 runs in the second before Verbrugge came in and gave up a bomb. Williams-Nelson, first pitch to him is low. 0 for 1 with a walk and an RBI today for Dre. Turned a double play back in game 1. Nifty play. Backhand had to throw it on the run to Seltzer. Colby spun at second, threw back to first very accurately. And they just turned another one. Kind of shutting down the Beavers, who are cooking up something else in another inning. Big swing and a miss makes it 1-2.
Yeah, shutting them down is right. That inning could have got out of hand. If they don't make that play, it kind of extends the inning. A ball to the gap makes this game a little closer, makes it more interesting, puts more stress on Westside.
9 runs on 3 hits with 1 error for the Mammoths. 3 runs on 6 hits with 0 errors for Birmingham. Quite the lopsided scorecard at the moment. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That slider missed low. Pennington folds the glove on the left pec, grips the ball in his right hand, now comes set at the shoulders. 2-2, strike 3 called. Second straight at-bat that Dre Williams-Nelson has gone down looking.
Great location, caught the bottom of the zone. And, that's a tough pitch. Too close to take, but it's not a great pitch to swing at. It's just terrific location right there from Pennington.
Cedeno's 0 for 2 with an RBI. Big swing and a miss in and out of the glove of Ronco. Back-to-back Beaver pitchers with JP initials. Julian Pichardo back in the third, and now Jacob Pennington.
It's a 9-3 game. I gotta find something
1-1 as that misses outside and high. Cedeno with a monster bomb back in his very first at-bat today. Swing and a miss, make it 1-2. Only playing 6 innings from both of our games today, and it's only fitting that this game went a little longer than an hour and a half. That's what we had for our time in Game 1. That first game flew by, and the baseball gods kind of even everything out at the end of the day. Cedeno high pop-up, left side of the field, battling against the twilight sky is Ortega. He makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th.
Great job from Pennington coming in and just getting outs, throwing strikes, being consistent as he's come out of the bullpen, and really been kind of the life preserver that the Beavers have needed in today's game.
And there's nothing Cedeno could really do with that pitch. A pitcher's pitch on the outside corner, that's definitely a called strike at 89 miles an hour. Jose just kind of has to flick at it, foul it away, or do something like that. Jake Walker, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Takes a strike at the knees. Making nothing in 2. Comes up empty on that nasty slide pitch that went down. Slider and cutter are the top 2 pitches for Pennington. He's been working on both very well today.
Take me out to the ball game after this inning.
Thanks. 0-2, grabs the inside corner for strike 3. Jacob Pennington in relief. Goes 1-2-3 with a pair of Ks in the 5th. Great inning from the tall righty. One more look at this strike 3 call on the inside corner. Walker goes down looking. We head to the stretch here in the bottom of the 5th inning, presented by Genesis Credit Union. We'll be back in a minute. 9-3 Mammoths.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
After singing about peanuts and Cracker Jacks, we are back. Bottom of the 5th inning alongside Jackson Bickers. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. It's a 9-3 game. Somewhat of a blowout right now for these Westside Woolly Mammoths. And after 4 strong innings from Zaborowski, they call on the lefty, Jacob Meyer.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for these Beavers. Jacob Meyer has been very good out of the bullpen. His 18th appearance on the year, he's thrown 24 2/3 innings with only a 2.92 ERA, 27 strikeouts to 12 walks. He's really been fantastic for Westside.
He's going to look to continue hammering the strike zone and put up a couple more zeros as these Beavers are down to their final 6 outs of the ballgame. That'll be Bean, Piotrowski, and Burke. They led off the 3rd inning. They'll do it again here in the 5th.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th, the designated hitter number...
Final line for Zaborowski. He goes 4 innings, gives up 6 hits on 3 runs with 5 strikeouts. And when your team puts up 8 early in the game, you give up 6 hits on 3 runs, I mean, that you'll take that all day.
Yeah, he did a great job of just settling in and not letting, he had a couple jams, but didn't let him get too out of hand. Only gave up a run, or 3 total runs. He did a great job.
Strike 1 called to Blake Bean. Grounded to first and popped up to first in his 2 appearances today. Meyer, a long pause as he steps off. Going to need to have a conversation with Dotson, talking over pitch types and locations and all that. Got to remember, these starting catchers don't have a ton of time to have a conversation with the starter. The starter's in the the bullpen arm is in the bullpen throwing to a bullpen catcher, as it were. And when he comes on with Dodson, it's going to take an extra second to get on the same page.
Yeah, those catchers and pitchers, they really got to be dialed in with each other, knowing how they want to attack certain batters, knowing what pitches they want to throw in certain situations, just being comfortable with the person that they're throwing to or catching.
Beans down 0-2, Jacob Meyer. Likely to go the 5th, possibly the 6th. We'll see if Connor Tomasic gets the ball. He was going to come into the game in Game 1. They stuck with Evers. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Bean. Meyer currently the only lefty on this West Side pitching staff. Swing and a miss. Hot start for Jacob Meyer. Strikes out Blake Bean, who does not go down on strikes very often. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Yeah, great job right there. Comes in, throwing strikes, pounding the strike zone, gets him with the heater up in the zone, and just gets it by Blake Bean.
One for 2 day for Piotrowski. Singled back up the middle in the 3rd. First pitch swinging, fouls it away. 12:50 start time tomorrow for our pregame. Alex Johnson, myself, Tom Cavanaugh on the call for Hoppers and Unicorns. Those two teams played yesterday. 4-3 win for the Unicorns. They barely hung on as the Hoppers made a charge late. Just nearing the last few weeks of our season. It's the month of August, and then first week of September we get into playoffs. Ending right around where the minor league season ends in the first week of September. Line shot to center. Piotrowski has another multi-hit ball game. I keep saying it. I'm pretty sure Piotrowski leads the league in multi-hit games.
Yeah, he's just a great hitter every time he's up there. Quality at-bats, hits the ball to all fields, and just makes hard contact all the time consistently.
He's my pick for batting title of the year. Hilbrick, I mean, you could give it to him again, but a guy in Matt Piotrowski that he was kind of the first guy that hopped onto the scene for Birmingham after their really slow start. He was the first guy brought on, gave this team some life offensively, had some big swings, and then ever since Piotrowski was on the team, they kept adding pieces, and now their team is just completely different as Joe Burke lines one to right. Hard hit, caught by Fleming for out number 2.
Yeah, like you said, the Beavers at the beginning of the season, they were kind of struggling offensively. They added some guys like Piotrowski, or other guys as well, like Rodriguez, and they've just done really great damage for the Beavers. They've given them some life, given them some runs, and it's added to wins.
You got to feel good for a guy like Ray Hilbrick here. He's been here all year long, struggled through all the losses early on, and he's reaping the benefits here. 10 of the last 13 games the Beavers have won. They have a 4-game win streak in jeopardy of snapping that right now. Piotrowski will take second on the wild pitch. Hilbrick's 1 for 2, a base hit, run scored, and a strikeout swinging. Hilbrick keeps those hands in close near the left shoulder. 1-0 is in the dirt. A couple runs in this inning, and Beavers could have a chance in the 6th. They are trailing by 6. A pair here would make it manageable. Make it 3 balls and no strikes to Hilbrick.
And it's definitely not an easy stretch of the lineup. You got Hilbrick, then you got Rodriguez coming up next, who's just done damage all day today. And if Hilbrick gets on, you got 2 runners on for Rodriguez. This game could be changed very quickly.
3-0 splits the plate for a strike. Meyer, not a guy that walks a ton. 12 walks in 25 1/3 innings. Swing and a miss, full count. And that's what you see from a guy that doesn't walk many people. You fall back 3-0, the next few pitches are going to be right on the hitter.
Yeah, it's a great job, working back and not giving into the hitter, not leaving that pitch over the middle, that 3-0, that 3-1, spotting it with quality strikes.
3-2, outside corner called, strike 3. Another punch out for Jacob Meyer. He has 2 in the inning. We've played 5 innings of baseball. It's a 9-3 lead for the Mammoths. They're looking to split a doubleheader and move to 17-13, staying atop those USPBL standings.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Final inning of baseball. We've entered the 6th. Alongside Jackson Bickers, Tom Cavanaugh. Going to wrap up our final doubleheader of the 2024 season. Boy, these Saturdays have been fun. 2 full jam-packed ball games, and Brett Irwin will pitch the 6th.
Yeah, Brett Irwin comes in this game with only an ERA of 1.08. He's been very good for the Beavers. 16 2/3 innings pitched, 21 strikeouts to 10 walks.
The league hitting 169 against Brett Irwin, and he's a dominant arm. He's going to be working a couple different pitches. 4-seam fastball about half the time, and his off-speed is a slider and a changeup. Likes to throw a 2-seam fastball as well with a little different run. And here's one of the hottest hitters of the day in Fox Liam. Liam and Chase Rodriguez, you could argue between the two. Three for 5 today with a walk and 2 home runs. Swings and misses at the first pitch he sees.
Liam trying to ambush that first pitch there. Coming out of the pen, you want to throw that first strike. He was kind of expecting a pitch over the middle of the plate. He tried to do some damage.
That pitch middle of the zone, a little bit low. Liam down to an Adrian Beltre knee, makes it 0-2. He got 2 cookies right there. As you said it earlier, Jackson. I mean, he just missed it a little bit underneath that ball.
Which he hasn't been doing a lot all day. He has not missed those pitches over the plate.
0-2 from Irwin. Swing and a miss. Went upstairs with a 95-mile-an-hour heater. Good start for Brett Irwin.
Irwin comes in just as advertised, pounding the strike zone. Sends Liam down on 3 straight pitches. And Fox Liam, he is not an easy out. Especially, we've seen today that he's not an easy out, but consistently throughout this USPBL season, he's been great. And that was a very impressive first at bat.
Yeah, he made quick work of one of the best hitters today. Drew Fleming steps in. Called strike at the letters. A base hit, a fly out, and a walk today for Drew. Irwin and Lokinen very similar as they go over the head, old school style through the windup. Fleming chops one back up the middle, over the head of Irwin. It's going to be a tough play for Will Coxon. On the run, cross-body throw is in time.
That was a terrific play from Wilcoxon. Comes charging in, trying to read the hop. Do I get on the short hop? Do I wait for a long hop? Gets rid of the ball quickly once he gets it, and a great throw over to first for a tough out number 2.
Using all of his momentum to carry towards first base, too. He didn't charge that ball directly towards home plate. He came on a little bit of an angle so that his momentum was working over towards first. Veteran move from the Beaver shortstop as Pastor comes up empty on the first pitch. 3-run blast from Pastor, second homer of the year for him, came back in the second inning. Part of an 8-run second frame. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's just been the difference today. I mean, you look at all the walks Dyson Johnson allowed, 5 of them in that 5th inning, and then Verbrugge added a couple as well. It's just a tough hole to work out of when you have an abysmal inning like that.
It's just a hard way to win, and it's a hard way to pitch. When you got constant people on base, and when they're not really doing anything, you can't throw it over the plate. You're not really making that other team work.
Definitely does not tell the tale of what this Beaver team has been lately. Swing and a miss from Pastor, and Brett Irwin strikes out a pair in the 6th. Beavs get one more shot at it. They'll bring Rodriguez, Ortega, and Ranko Stefanovic to the dish in the bottom of the 6th. 9-3 lead for Westside over the Beavers. You're watching USPBL Baseball.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and recenter life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Bottom of the 6th inning, and after Jacob Meyer, it is now Connor Turbo Tomasic onto the bump. Spent all of that time you see in the stat sheet with the Utica Unicorns. He's making his Westside Woolly Mammoth debut right here in a public ball game.
Yeah, a chance to make his Westside debut. He's only thrown an inning in a 3rd. Not a great appearance, but not a lot of pressure in this moment. You know, they're up a lot of runs, 6 runs, and he's able to come in, get comfortable, just try to get his feet wet as a Westside Woolly Mammoth.
Tomasic leads the league in appearances. This is his 2nd for a Woolly Mammoth, 1st in front of a crowd.
And what a batter to introduce him. Chase Rodriguez has had a fantastic day at the plate.
He's been a little down in this one. 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. It was a monstrous game 1. He was 2 for 2 with a walk and a pair of home runs, one of them a walk-off shot. 3rd walk-off for a Beaver hitter. Sorry, 3rd walk-off home run for a Beaver hitter in the last 2 weeks. There's a base hit to right field. Good start for the Beavers. They need a lot, but they can do it with how they've been swinging it.
Yeah, Rodriguez just ambushed him. He's trying to get ahead in the count, gets a pitch he likes, takes it, pulls side into right field for a single.
I'll bring up Christian Ortega. He's reached both times today. A 2-run blast in the 2nd, and also bounced one in the 3rd. That was an error. Small lead for Rodriguez. He's going to have to go base to base. No reason to try to push the envelope at this point. Ground ball to shortstop. Seltzer under his glove into center field. Could have been 2 instead. It's 2 aboard with nobody out.
Yeah, hard shot up the middle there towards Seltzer. You know, he might have just been thinking, Get it, get rid of it. He thought to get rid of it before he actually had the ball, lifted that glove up, and it just scooted right underneath there into center field.
Going to be ruled an error on Seltzer as it literally just snuck underneath his glove. Not by much. Dodson and Tomasic will talk it over on the bump. Protecting a 6-run lead is Tomasic coming into this ball game just needing 3 outs. And he was awesome for the Unicorns. A huge piece. Now he enters the Westside team hoping to give them a big push into the playoffs and secure that #1 seed. First pitch to Ranko Stefanovic is a swing and a miss. Struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Entered defensively for Aaron Dolney back in the 4th. He played all of Game 1, had a hit, and scored a run. Tomasic works first base side of the rubber out of the stretch. Delivers a 91-mile-an-hour fastball outside off the plate. Rodriguez at 2, Ortega at first. 9-3 Mammoths. There's a breaking pitch inside.
Yeah, Stefanovic, a big opportunity here. Hitter-friendly count. If he can get a pitch he likes, can make this game a little interesting. A ball to the gap, might score 2, or a one that gets sent out here makes this game a lot more interesting.
Stefanovic, a 4 RBI, 3-hit day against the Hoppers last week. 2-1. Inside, he checked his swing. There's no foul ball. Both runners will move up 90 feet on the wild pitch. Great job from Ranko to get out of the way. That puts both runners in scoring position.
Yeah, great job to get out of the way and hold up. In the process of getting out of the way, his bat kind of went forward, like almost in a swinging motion. A great job to hold up.
I thought it would have came in contact with the knob or something, but it avoided everything and went to the backstop. 3-1 pitch is a fly ball right center field from Stefanovic. Coming over, Fleming makes the catch. Both runners will tag. They call it on the transfer as Fleming dropped the baseball for a moment. That is out #1. Stefanovic credited with the sac fly. It's 9-4.
And I think that is the correct call on that catch by Fleming. He was getting ready to try and throw it to the cutoff man. Just lost the grip of the ball, dropped it. But I think that is the correct call. They're calling it on the transfer and the out still standing.
I thought that ball had a little more juice off the bat of Ranko. It's hit out to fairly deep right field. Fleming hauls it in for out #1. And like we said earlier in the game, at this point, trade the runs for outs. So a ground ball to any infielder here, the Mammoths will concede a run. Pablo Ruiz has a hot game, 2 for 2 with an RBI. Ground ball, base hit into left field. 3 for 3 for Pablo Ruiz, and it's 9-5 as Ortega scores.
Those Beavers just won't go away constantly. Just getting hits, not letting this deficit impact their at-bats at all. Can never give away an at-bat, and they're putting together some quality at-bats right now.
And this is why I would hate to play the Beavers in the playoffs. If this was a 7-3 game, 6-3 game coming into this inning, which is a little more manageable of a score, and this is a playoff game, you know darn well these Beavers are going to put together quality at-bats and clutch up when they need to. Ben Wilcoxon today is 1 for 3. Has done a little bit of everything. Infield hit, a fly out, and a ground out. Staring at an 0-1 count. Flares at foul, make it 0-2. Still some work to do for these Beavs. They trail by 4 runs. They gave up 8 in the second. Liam added a solo home run in the 4th for a total of 9. Wilcoxon tipped into the glove, strike 3. Ben goes down swinging. Second strikeout he has had in both games today, and that leaves it up to Blake Bean.
That was a big out. You know, momentum with the Beavers, got a couple runs in, got some hits, and just comes in, gets that second out on that strikeout, hopefully ready for them to finish it off.
Blake is 0 for 3. Strikeout, pop out, and a ground out. He's got a man on, down by 4 runs. Going to need many more hits or for Tomasic to just lose command entirely, which I don't see happening as he's been very solid all year long. He had 33 strikeouts with Utica. And now he picks up a big one there for out number 2. Ooh, breaking pitch for strike 1. I mean, that was a nasty pitch.
Yeah, great pitch.
That was a changeup that had crazy swing back at 80 miles an hour. Ruiz is going to take second base. Bean holds up. Defensive indifference sends the runner down to second. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs from the last inning of our final doubleheader in 2024 from the USPBL. Next Saturday will be a 7:05 start. And now the Beavers down to their final strike. Bean calls time at the very last moment. Pietrowski standing on deck. He's got 2 hits today. But they're going to need Pietrowski, Burke, and Hilbrick all to come to the plate to even have a chance. He scored 2 in the inning. Looking to stay alive here. Tomasic ready. The 2-2 pitch is way outside.
Yeah, it looked like he almost kind of slipped there on the mound. The ball got away from him. Kind of looked like he fell off to that left side of the mound, left that ball a little arm side on the outer half.
You saw that yesterday on a pick back to second base. The cleats kind of spun on the rubber, slipped it off. The 3-2 pitch is a line drive down the left field line, fading foul.
After this game, I'll have boxing, and then we'll have standing. Perfect.
Not a save opportunity for Tomasic, but he led the Unicorns with 4. So their closer has left and joined Westside. 3-2 again. Another foul ball. Beans making it last.
Beavers fighting down to that last out, and even that last strike, fouling pitches away, still competitive in these ABs.
It's Ruiz down at second base. He drove in a run with a base hit. Took second base. Being the 3-2. Cued off the end of the bat. I don't know how that went foul. It'll stay 3 balls and 2 strikes to the Farmington Hills native. Tomasic sets. Looks straight home. The 3-2 pitch is ball 4. A little bit low. What an at-bat from Blake Bean keeps the train rolling.
Like you said, fantastic at-bat and a great take. That ball did not miss by much, but it was off the plate. Just a great eye there from Blake Bean to keep the Beavers in this ball game and extend it.
Wow. Dodson did all he could to frame that. It was a good frame. He put that right back in the zone. Here's Pietrowski. Burke would be next. Swing and a miss. 90 miles an hour with that pitch. Tying run is on deck, the 0-1 to Matt. 0-2. Down to their final strike are the Beavers. In jeopardy of snapping a 4-game winning streak. Coming into this game, they've won 10 of their last 13. It would be 10 of 14 if Tomasic can finish it off. Swing and a miss! And the Woolly Mammoths split a doubleheader. After a tough loss in Game 1, they come back, put up an 8 spot in the second inning, and they cruise to victory. The newest member of the Mammoths, Connor Tomasic, closes the door.
Yeah, great ball game. I mean, that's 8-run second inning was really the story of the game. Just the Beavers couldn't find the strike zone, just walked too many people. I mean, the Beavers out-hit the Mammoths 9-3, but they had a mistake pitch or 2, gave up the home run to Fox Liam, gave up the home run to Nick Pastor, and that was the ball game for them.
They made a charge late, scored 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 4th inning, but just not enough to beat down on these Mammoths. Let's take a look at the standings after that ball game. Westside able to kind of separate themselves by a game and a half now over Eastside, and that's going to be a huge race for first place. Utica, they're going to have something to say about it as well, as just 2 full games are separating the first and third teams.
Yeah, that was a big game for the Mammoths, trying to get to be the second team to 17 wins and to keep ahead in the standings, especially as we talk about how important that 1 seed is. That was very huge for them to extend their lead.
And the Beavers, who are 13-20, fourth in the league, they might be in the fourth spot playing the most games in the playoffs. But at the same time, if you're playing as well as they have been, minus that one inning today, I mean, I wouldn't want to play them if I'm the 1 seed or the 3 seed having to face off to play either West Side or East Side. But we have a lot of baseball left. This could change entirely. That's going to do it for us here from Jimmy John's Field. First, Jackson Bickers, I want to really thank you for coming up in the booth with me today for the doubleheader. So much great insight. After the first inning, I knew you knew baseball very well, and it was so awesome to have you up here. Very thankful for you, man.
No, I want to thank you, Tom, for just being someone to lean on during this. It was my first time in the booth, and you just did a great job of mentoring me. Any questions I had, helping me out as the game went on.
You got it, buddy. Thanks so much. All right, we're going to give a huge thank you to our entire crew, Director David Forrest, our show producer Jacob Maurer, Enver Shaplow, our ball follow camera. From Jackson Bickers, I'm Tom Cavanaugh, saying so long from Jimmy John's Field, the final doubleheader of 2024. And your final scores one more time. The Beavers walk it off 4-3 in Game 1, and the Mammoths come back with a 9-5 victory in Game 2. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:50 for pregame. Hoppers and Unicorns from the USPBL Network. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great rest of your night.